want to get into a case I know you're keenly interested in, and that, of course, is the Brian Kohberger murder case that just today in a courtroom in Boise, Idaho, pretrial motions were underway. Both sides there inside kind of hashing out some of these logistical concerns before this trial gets underway later this summer in August here. So we did learn quite a bit about how this is all going to go. I guess for journalists, it's important for us to see this, watch it live as it happens once it does get to trial. And the trial, which is scheduled to begin August the 11th, will be live streamed. That's according to Judge Stephen Hippler. He ruled that today during this hearing. So Hippler also agreeing to a request from prosecutors to shut down the live stream when the surviving roommates are testifying. So that's a key kind of detail there as well. Now, the judge also said during the hearing, jurors will consider whether to impose the death penalty or life in prison without parole if Kohberger, of course, is found guilty. Obviously, you need a conviction to even discuss the penalty phase. But this trial is expected to last several months here. So in the meantime, we do have some of our reporters standing by there in downtown Boise who was following this today. But let's just get a sense of what transpired in court. Let's listen to just a little bit of the proceedings. This was a virtual hearing today. Let's watch.
Certainly counsel and the defendant proceeding have the right to be present, but when the questionnaires are administered, but I suggested to you that perhaps your time is better spent in reviewing the questionnaires than watching people fill them out. The process will be such that as we bring groups in to fill those out, those will immediately be scanned and then provided to counsel on a shared drive. And so I guess I wanted to get your feedback on whether I suspect this is a all for one or not proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is we have both agreed that there's no need for counsel from either side to be present during that stage. We'll focus on the tasks at hand.
Okay, very well. Does that accord, Ms. Taylor?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, very well. So as I indicated, you'll be given access via shared drive. You can do two things. One, you could save those over to a copy over to a drive in which you can make edits, or you can print and make hand edits, or you can just keep track by notebook and juror number. If you want to do the printed version, you'll need to bring your own printer and supplies in order to print those off from your war rooms. The plan will be to take the universe of jurors who are summoned and then scramble them randomly and assign them what we call a scramble number, 1 through 10,000. And then we will bring them in to fill out the questionnaires beginning with 1. So that the questionnaires that you receive first will be the jurors most likely to be in the line of fire, so to speak. Because once we have enough jurors, we'll stop. So that's the plan. Anybody have any concern with that?
No, sir.
No concerns, thank you.
Technically, under the rules, you are entitled to watch the scramble process, which literally involves the jury commissioner hitting a button. I don't know if any of you want to be there for that.
No, thank you.
We'll waive our presence for that, Your Honor.
Very well. I do want to stress the security and confidentiality of the juror questionnaires, as I'm sure you're aware, pursuant to Criminal Rule 23. Those are extraordinarily confidential. The copies that you receive will be, we'll maintain a copy, obviously, for appellate purposes, but the copies you receive will be returned. The defendants, they're supposed to be essentially attorney's eyes only. I'm fine if you both agree to allow an investigator to see, so that they can be doing, whatever online investigation they feel appropriate as you go along. Doing that, in terms of the defendant, his access has to be with attorneys present. In other words, he can't have a copy or whatever to go back with him when he's not with you.
That makes sense, but I have one question for the court. In addition to our investigators, we have 3 that are working on the case. We would request our paralegals be allowed to assist us. Just with the magnitude of the task, we'd like to have the assistance of our paralegals in organizing and review.
Okay, so I wanted to just kind of give you a sense, a taste of this in court today there in Boise. But you see there Brian Kohberger in the white dress shirt and the tie with his team of attorneys, of course, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students. He was back in court today. There you just see him. Well, Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes, she right now live in Boise, Idaho with the latest on what happened in the courtroom. She joins me. Kennedy, good to see you here. Get us up to speed. What do we need to know about what happened in court today?
Good to see you as well. Well, that's right. Kohberger's attorneys actually say they received a tip that points to an alternative suspect, and they submitted some mailed documents to support that claim. But the judge said today that he still has questions.
It seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility.
Judge Hippler is giving the defense until next month to provide more details. Kohberger sat quietly in court today wearing a white shirt and tie. He's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary, accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students in their off-campus home more than 2 years ago. The judge also ruled on how much of the trial will be shown publicly, allowing a live stream but banning close-ups and juror faces. 12 jurors and 8 alternates will be seated. The jury will not be sequestered during the trial, but will be during deliberations. The judge approved the use of a model of the crime scene during the trial. Prosecutors apologized after referring to it as a, quote, dollhouse, a term the defense said was insensitive and potentially misleading. A judge told both sides to use the term model house going forward. And we also learned today that during the trial, 2 seats will be reserved for the 2 surviving roommates. That is, if they choose to attend. The trial is slated to begin in August and could last several months. If convicted, Kohberger is facing the death penalty. Andrew.
Kennedy, just a few questions. Were any family members or friends of the victims inside this hearing today? Do we know?
I did not see any family members of the victims that were identifiable, at least, but I can say that the courtroom wasn't that empty. If I were to estimate, I would say it was about 35–40% full capacity-wise.
And Kenny, I always kind of ask you, apart from the media that is on scene, to cover a story like this, what about your everyday locals, your residents of Boise, people who have come out to see what's going on? Is that element a part of this story just yet?
Yeah, well, I can tell you I've been covering this trial for several months, and in terms of pre-trial hearings so far, this one was a little bit more crowded with locals just in the courtroom, but we know the next pre-trial hearing is scheduled for June 18th. That one, though, is likely to be closed, but definitely once trial starts August 11th, there may be more crowds out here.
All right, Kennedy Hayes there live for us in Boise. Kennedy, good to see you. Great reporting. We'll talk soon. All right, in the meantime here, we do have a live shot as well in Boise over the airport there. We do want to bring in some of this legal analysis as well in our friend Nicole DeBoard, who's joining me. And Nicole, thanks for being with us here. You have been so instrumental in helping us make sense of this story. I got to start with this, though. The defense bringing this into this pretrial motion today, what they brought in, we'll get to it in just a moment, spurred the very need for another date for a pretrial motion. They call it an alternative perpetrator. I mean, if you want to talk about a wrench thrown into this, they think someone else did it. Do they have to say who? And in this next hearing, what is that going to look like here? I was shocked by this. They have, in their minds, a completely different suspect.
They do, or they at least have evidence that they believe points to an additional suspect or a new suspect, someone other than their client. And of course, this is the only time to raise that kind of evidence. You've got to get that in front of the judge to have rulings about whether or not this will be admissible evidence. And as you heard from some of the judge's comments, this may not be something the judge feels meets the necessary requirements to actually come in a court. And so what we're going to hear as this case moves forward and they come back to court for this hearing is whether or not this material that the defense believes they found pointing to an alternative suspect is something that can even be presented during the trial.
Yeah, I just want to amend what I said there. The judge is asking defense attorneys for additional evidence to support the allegations of an alternative perpetrator. To your point, they say they have evidence to suggest someone else might have done this other than their client, Brian Kohberger here. I mean, would you characterize this as a Hail Mary in this trial here, do you think?
On the one hand, certainly that's what the prosecution would say. On the other hand, you know, this is the time. If the defense believes they have even a shred of evidence that might point to somebody else having committed the crime for which their client is on trial, they really must get that evidence in front of the jury if there's any way to do it.
So, Nicole, I mean, even the judge, though, didn't seem like he was ready to enter. Make sure that goes off without a hitch. It's a difficult job. Do you anticipate that will be necessary? Should this trial have a sequestered jury because of how high profile it is?
Another great question. And we need to know, I think, a little bit more about what kind of confidence the judge will have that the jurors who are ultimately selected to hear this case can keep themselves insulated from outside influences as they hear it. It can be a very difficult thing to ask for either side, quite frankly, for jurors who are hearing a case that could go for this long to not have access to their homes, to their families, to their daily lives, even in the evenings. And so, sequestering a jury is a very big ask that both sides need to take incredibly seriously. And the court will also be considering whether or not there are alternatives to make sure that these jurors can make decisions based on what's heard in court and nothing else.
Obviously for journalists and the public, the fact that it is going to be live streamed, just for the public record, that's good news here. But I want to issue this caveat that came out in court today. The judge also agreed to a request from prosecutors to shut down the live stream when the two surviving roommates are testifying. We're talking about some of the star witnesses going on in the Diddy case in New York and their testimony. Would you describe these two surviving roommates, not witnesses, but roommates, as star witnesses for the prosecution? Would you put it that way or no? I mean, their testimony could be quite crucial, right?
I really think they are star witnesses. They are as close as we can get to people who have direct information about what happened that night. And even if maybe they didn't see all the things that they wish that they could have gone back to have seen, really the pieces of information, the sounds that they heard, where they were, what they were doing, all of these things will really paint a picture for the jury who has to decide whether or not Kohberger is the person responsible for this crime.
Nicole, I just want to go back to this alternative perpetrator theory offered by the defense here. Do they even need a name or someone, or do they just need shreds of evidence to make it admissible here? I mean, what's the burden on them to make this credible?
It has to be something that is reliable enough to get in front of the jury, right? Not just sending the jury on sort of an irrelevant rabbit trail, if you will. It can't be based on mere speculation. It has to be evidence that has some foundation in a credible source that points to someone else. So, it can't be hearsay upon hearsay. It can't be evidence that is lacking in some kind of other foundation that helps us understand that it may have some indicia of reliability. So what we expect, I think, next week when we hear further information about why the defense thinks that this is reliable evidence, the judge is going to have enough to decide that it's relevant to this particular case and does indeed potentially, at least in some small way, point to a possible additional suspect or different suspect.
Yeah, and I just want to also amend this too, because we did have reporting from Kennedy Hayes. I had asked you about jury sequestration. The jury will not be sequestered during the trial, but during deliberations. Lastly, in these pretrial motions, Nicole, that there are winners and losers. It's either the defense or the prosecution as we get closer to trial. Were there winners and losers today, or did each side get something that they wanted?
It seemed to me that both sides got something that they wanted, and I think that we all got a lot of information about how this trial will proceed from a practical standpoint, what it's going to look like in terms of scheduling, what it's going to look like in terms of how the court plans to run things, and what the court thinks is still missing in terms of decisions that it has to make moving forward so that this trial can go off on time.
All right. Nicole DeBoard, as always, can't thank you enough. I think we'll be speaking a lot later this summer. Thanks so much. Have a good night. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft as we approach the bottom of the hour now. Like I said before the break, let's get into more of these international headlines, including what was shaping up to be this highly anticipated meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine and Russian President Vladimir Putin. That did not happen because Putin did not show up for these talks in Turkey just today, sending a low-level delegation. In the meantime, though, Zelensky posting this on social media, saying, "I want to sincerely thank President Erdogan, his team, and the people of Turkey for their support of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty." President Erdogan reaffirmed during our meeting today he supports Ukraine and recognizes Crimea as part of Ukraine. So in the meantime, Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has a recap of the talks. Let's watch.
Do you have a message for Vladimir Putin?
I think this is very clear message.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky showed up for what was supposed to be a round of high-level talks with his Russian and U.S. counterparts. But Vladimir Putin never showed up. Neither did President Trump, who said he would go if Putin was there. The Russians instead sent a mid-level delegation, while criticizing Zelensky for expecting Putin to attend.
He is a pathetic man. Everyone understands, except perhaps himself and those who control him.
It's now unclear if there's a viable path to peace following Putin's no-show, though President Trump is leaving the door open for more diplomacy.
I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together, but we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
But Zelensky said before the meeting that it was Russia's last chance to show it was serious about the peace process.
What Putin wants is to create the appearance of carrying on negotiations while simultaneously he inflicts harm on Ukraine.
Putin's absence makes it more likely Europeans will step up their support for Ukraine, especially with both sides preparing for a summer offensive.
This is not about fueling the war. It is about ensuring that Ukraine can defend itself today and into the future.
Europe is pushing for more economic sanctions on Russia if they don't agree to a 30-day ceasefire. In Istanbul, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve, thanks so much. In the meantime, I want to put up this tweet here from Senator John Cornyn, the Republican of Texas. He says, Putin has disrespected the U.S. and the goodwill of our president there. So in the meantime, let's bring into the conversation national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to be with you. And so here we are. Thursday has come and gone. No Putin there in Turkey. No Trump either. Trump said this as he was en route to the United Arab Emirates today. He said, "I don't believe anything is going to happen, whether you like it or not, before Putin and I get together." In hindsight, was that the question all along? Will anything get done but for a meeting between first President Trump and Vladimir Putin, not Putin and Zelensky?
Well, Andrew, I think if Putin had shown up in Turkey and had met with Zelensky, that something would have come out of it. I don't know if it would have been much. In essence, you have to go back and remember it was Putin that suggested this meeting, saying, let's meet in Istanbul. And of course, President Trump jumped on Truth Social and immediately said, yes, this is a great idea. President Zelensky, let's get this done immediately, or whatever, words to that effect. And President Zelensky immediately said, yes, I will be there. And then when it became clear or became somewhat evident that Putin was probably going to be a no-show, Zelensky says, I will be there on Thursday waiting for you. Again, in so many words, basically calling Putin's bluff on this. And of course, Putin didn't show up, didn't send Lavrov as foreign minister, who was disparaging Putin for, having shown up in Turkey, kind of, basically ignoring the fact it was, disparaging Zelensky for showing up in Turkey, and disparaging him when in fact it was Putin's idea for this whole thing to happen. So I think Putin has really embarrassed himself on the international stage. Now, would meeting President Trump make a big difference? I think it would certainly make a difference, but I'm going to tell you, between now and whenever that would happen, the Europeans are kind of starting to double down on this, saying, hey, look, this was your chance to show that you were serious about a ceasefire or a peace deal. and Putin didn't do it. And you can bet there's going to be a lot of people, to include here in the U.S., in President Trump's ear, making it very clear what this means and what Putin just did to President Trump on the international stage.
So to that point, my question to you and Mark Montgomery on Monday night was, what will the consequences for Putin be if he doesn't show up? So he hasn't shown up. What are we going to do about it?
I think the consequences are going to be on multiple levels. Number one is it's going to put new wind in the sails of a new sanctions regime going against the Russians, possibly those reciprocal tariffs on oil and gas, which would be truly a huge thing. It would be a major impact on Russian revenues, which would be Russia's ability to sustain the war. I think there'll be a big push. As you may recall, that was already working its way through Congress with some very high-level support, to include from high-level GOP support, particularly in the Senate. So that's going to get a lot of impetus out of this. And if that comes about, if it passes Congress and it lands on President Trump's desk, it does put President Trump into a rather difficult situation if he tries to veto it. And there's a possibility, if he tries to veto it, certainly after this, that they might be able to coalesce enough members of Congress to think that President Zelensky will be gracing that meeting with his presence, because these are mid-level, lower-level officials that Russia sent, and certainly after the way he described them today, he called them decorative or something like that. It was made it pretty clear that he wasn't thinking too highly of this delegation that Putin had sent down. So I don't think anything's going to come of it. In fact, if you listen to Secretary Rubio today, he was really, pushing down expectations on whatever happens tomorrow, saying, I don't think anything will come of it. And then referring to a potential meeting with President Trump and President Putin.
So speaking of Trump, he said this today in the United Arab Emirates. He said, we'll be leaving tomorrow, as you know, almost destination unknown, because we could be here, we could be there, but probably going back to Washington. So even the president is kind of like leaving the door open weirdly to not going right back to Washington, maybe going to Turkey. We'll be on the lookout if his itinerary changes tomorrow, but I thought that was somewhat of an interesting scheduling flourish, rhetorical flourish from the president here. I want to talk about more in hindsight. Hindsight is 2020, yes. Was Zelensky in an untenable position with regard to these talks in Turkey? I asked you that question on Monday night. In hindsight, should he have even gone if he knew Putin wasn't going to be there? Or did he do it to show the West, curry favor with the Trump administration, that he's willing to do anything and everything?
Well, I think he had to go. I don't think there was really a choice unless there was something, that would physically stop him from leaving Ukraine to come down to Turkey for this meeting. I think once that was called out, and certainly after what President Trump had posted on Truth Social about that he needed to be there, was absolutely imperative that he shows up. And by showing up, he showed, the United States, and President Trump, yes, I am serious. I want to do these talks. Ukraine is not the obstacle to getting something done. And I was rather interested. There was a press conference he had in Turkey today, President Zelensky had, where he sat down and was just one chair for him. And I was like, it would have been better if they put one chair for him and then an empty chair beside him to kind of make that point. But and for all I know, maybe they'd planned to have two chairs originally. But I thought that was kind of an interesting meeting, and it did sort of showcase the fact, here I am, ready to meet. And certainly the Europeans have been talking about this quite a bit, that Ukraine is leaning forward. They're trying to meet with the Russians. They're trying to get a ceasefire in place. They're trying to get peace talks going. And the Russians are just, playing everybody, if you will. Or I think President Trump says tapping everyone along, basically playing for time.
Hal, though, just lastly, where do we go from here? Are we back to square one? Are we kind of frozen in place? I'm talking about with regard to negotiations and talks to get this 30-day unconditional ceasefire going.
Well, I think first off, that proposal for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire is still on the table. Everything this week aside, everything in Turkey aside, that proposal is still on the table, and it has not gone away. It's still sitting in front of Putin, and he can decide if he wants to join in on that or not. So that is still out there. That is a fixture in the broader negotiations, if you will. So that hasn't changed. Going forward, I think there's two things. Number one, what the Europeans are going to do to reinforce their support for Ukraine. I could see a number of different things they might do. I could even see some of them, again, taking a hard look at those frozen Russian assets and saying, okay, if not now, when do we turn freeze into seize and start pushing that money over to Ukraine? And this could be something they point to, the fact that, look, Ukraine's doing everything it can. And Russia, again, this week, reinstated those maximalist goals that they want to, keep taking all the territory and kind of alluding that they need, that Kyiv needs to basically lay down its arms and surrender to Russia is basically what they said.
Okay.
And so they can point to that and saying, look, Russia's not serious about this. They don't get it. And I think the other thing is what's happening in Washington, D.C., and that goes to sanctions and those reciprocal tariffs.
Yeah. Lastly, Hal, kind of two camps are forming online, I guess, depending on your kind of ideological predilection. But one of them is Putin embarrassed himself. The other is Trump got played. Where do you fall?
It's interesting. I hate to put it quite that graphically, but it's really not my personal opinion on this. Is the impression is that Putin was playing not just President Trump, he was trying to play everybody. That he threw this thing out there, made this thing, and everyone called his bluff, and he didn't show up. Which goes back to the other part, which is now Putin has embarrassed himself. He has embarrassed himself on the international stage. And I saw what Lavrov was saying about, Putin, that Zelensky is pathetic, waiting for Putin to show up in Istanbul. I thought that as a fairly desperate disinformation attempt by the Kremlin to somehow put a Band-Aid over this thing because it looks really bad. And certainly with all the European capitals, but in every capital world, even in Beijing, somewhere, I think someone's hand was slapping their forehead going, I can't believe this, that this was Putin's play. So I think that, I think both can kind of be true. I'm not saying that Putin played Trump. I'm sure that Putin tried to play Trump, but I think everybody just said, okay, we'll call your bluff. And they called his bluff, and Putin didn't show up, which leads to, I think it's going to be a lot of embarrassment. I think when President Trump gets back to Washington, D.C., and he's surrounded by his advisors, and he's getting calls from senior leaders in Congress and elsewhere, that this thing may take on a little bit more solid form in terms of his personal rhetoric.
Yeah. I guess what's so maddening, to me, covering this war now for 3+ years is you don't know what Putin's thinking. Now, if you did attend, you can make some summations about, what's in his state of mind, where he wants this to go. But his absence is just that. I mean, it's an absence of his thinking about where this war is going, about how long he's going to drag this out. And so I can imagine for the diplomats in the room, and this is really, really frustrating.
Well, part of it is for Putin, somewhere in the course of this war, and I'm not going to say it was necessarily in February of 2022, but certainly that was a major part of it. But at some point in this war, as far as Russia was concerned, they had crossed the Rubicon and they literally could not go back. They had moved their economy from something that was semi-integrated into the global economy into something that was strictly tied to this war effort. 30 to 40% of its gross domestic product is tied to this war. Putin was stuck. Yeah, he couldn't afford to keep the war going forever and ever. On the other hand, politically, he can't really afford to stop the war without a serious chance of him being deposed and something, far worse than just deposition. Something happening to him, very, very serious, kind of like what happened in 1991. So he's stuck, and I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to do all the disinformation tricks that he has used and refined over the decades from his KGB, what the USSR and the KGB used to do when he was in that, and then all the stuff that he's been doing for the last 20 years. He's been trying to fall back on that, but certainly this week, all of that sounds very hollow. Yeah. And nobody in London, nobody in Paris, nobody in Berlin, nobody anywhere in any of the capitals in Europe, and pretty much any of the capitals anywhere in the world believe that Putin is serious. They think that he's just trying to play everybody.
All right. We'll leave it at that. Hal Kemper, thanks so much. We'll talk tomorrow.
Okay.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Our next story, of course, takes us out to the Big Apple in New York. Live picture there. Over Midtown Manhattan, you see the Empire State Building. in silhouette. Oh, and you can also make out One World Trade there, the Freedom Tower. What an incredible shot there in New York City. In the meantime, though, we have to get you up to speed on day 4 of the federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Well, this is what we know according to the Associated Press here. R&B singer Cassie was forced under cross-examination today to read to a jury her sexually explicit messages with former boyfriend Diddy, some of which showed her expressing enthusiasm for encounters with other men at Combs's behest that she previously testified she, quote-unquote, hated doing. Lawyers for Combs are seeking to portray Cassie as a willing participant in his sexual lifestyle and say that while he could be violent, nothing he did amounted to a criminal enterprise. Combs denies all the allegations and has pleaded not guilty to federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges here. Well, to help us make sense of what transpired in court today, let's be joined by our friend there, former federal prosecutor and legal analyst, Nima Rahmani. He joins me. Nima, good to see you here. I have to ask, first off, what was your assessment of Cassie Ventura's performance on the stand today while being cross-examined, this time by the defense? This was a first in this trial.
Andrew, I think it was mixed in terms of her performance. I mean, frankly, I expected more drama. I thought that this was going to be a Camille Vasquez, Amber Heard type day where the defense would go after her very aggressively. They chose Anna Estevio, a younger female lawyer, to do so. So I thought the gloves would come off. But really... Ventura watch, so a reversal, and that supports the defense argument about this swingers lifestyle that the two participated in. And there was also some testimony about really rampant drug use outside of the freak-offs, testimony about using drugs and experimenting at Burning Man, for instance, that really has nothing to do with sex. So very effective today. Again, maybe not so much for the folks watching, but I think at least as far as the jurors are concerned, they saw a different Cassie. So the question is on redirect and with the government's expert witness, are they going to be able to explain away a lot of these messages and say, you know what, this was still manipulation, this was control, she couldn't say no, even though her words are saying otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the counterfactual to that, Nima, is they were in a relationship at the time here, and you've been talking about, and many have, the idea of consent. Was any of this consensual, or was Cassie Ventura doing this against her will? With the cross testimony today, was that very notion just kind of obliterated on the stand, that she was not doing this against her will?
I don't know if it was necessarily obliterated, but the prosecution took some significant blows. They did try to elicit some of this testimony during her direct that she loved him, and she never told him explicitly that she didn't want to do it. And that goes back to the defense's argument in opening that she voluntarily stayed in this relationship for more than a decade. So they're talking about the differences in age, the differences in power, and everything he did to control her. But what also came out today was testimony about Cassie's jealousy. And we knew the defense was going to jump on this. And I don't know if this was a misstatement or, again, trying to front potentially bad evidence for the jurors, but she admitted in her direct to being insanely jealous. And that, of course, is going to come into the toxicity of the relationship and the physical violence, because we know tomorrow and going forward, the defense is going to say that it was Cassie who was mutually violent with Combs.
All right, so kind of last point, though, on the Cassie cross here. We do want to just listen to Douglas Wigder, her attorney. Reporters caught up with him outside the courthouse as he was leaving. Let's listen to just a little bit of this. It's about 3.5 minutes if you have the time, Nima, and we'll get you to respond on the back end.
I said she was ready, and I think she's demonstrating that. It was a long day. It's nice to be outside right now.
It seems to me that the defense is really going in that she was an integral part of these freak-offs. How do you think the jury's going to take that?
Whoa! You okay? Sorry. You all right? Watch yourself. Look, I'm not going to opine on what the jury is thinking, but I think that Cassie's doing a great job on cross-examination, very long cross-examination. Hopefully it ends tomorrow, and so she can be done by the end of the week and put this entire chapter of her life behind her. She's doing as best as she can. She's obviously, tired, as you would expect, but she's holding up great. I mean, it's a real tribute to her.
How do you feel like how they're flipping the script with the cross?
I don't think they're flipping any script. It just seems they're reconfirming the direct.
Do you feel like today made Diddy and everything that we saw in that video gave it an excuse for it?
I'm sorry?
Everything that we saw on the video Intercontinental. Do you feel like today's testimony from Cassie gave an excuse and they kept talking about the withdrawals from the drug abuse? Which she has spoken to.
No, I mean, look, I don't know that. I don't think there's a legal defense to this case based on his drug use. So I'm not really sure what that's all about.
Felt a little more excited today, though. Like they had a win today.
Oh, well, okay. Well, it's not really up to what Diddy's team thinks. It's not up to what I think. Actually, it's what the jury thinks. And
feels any shame at all?
So,
I don't know what he's thinking.
I saw Cassie touching her back and stretching and drinking lots of water. Do you think that the stress could possibly induce her to go in sooner?
I'm not a doctor. I'm just a lawyer. I have no idea. I hope
Does she seem okay when you were speaking to her?
Behind you.
She seems great to me. She seems great.
Any word on how her husband is currently feeling?
I mean, I said it yesterday. If you were in his shoes, I think, this is difficult for him to watch, but he's holding up great.
What about the whole Suge Knight thing? Her saying that Diddy and his friends went without her, and then they brought it back that she said she went with them. Can that be damning?
I think that's just a minor point that unfortunately somebody got wrong when she was being interviewed. She didn't review those notes or anything like that. I think the one thing about her testimony really is there's no credibility issues with her. The facts are the facts. She's telling them as they are, her truth, and they are what they are. This is not a typical cross-examination. There's no issues with her credibility. It's a testament to her.
Do you feel like they made her not as a young girl who didn't know what she was getting herself into, but someone who said okay to things? With that text message that showed her saying it is what it is, and I'm okay with that. When they talked about Kim Porter and her being okay with not being able to spend holidays with his family, setting up that there was like a jealous situation that was happening. So I'm asking you talked about her credibility, right? I feel like yesterday made her seem, we empathized with her yesterday. Today, we're seeing that there may have been almost like a motive to her anger, her upset, which resulted in the lawsuit and where we are today.
No, I mean, the facts are the facts, the texts are the texts.
With Kim.
The facts are the facts, the texts are the texts, and I think that the evidence will be clear as the case goes on and Cassie's testimony goes on, and we'll see what the jury does. Okay, I have to go. I'm sorry. I have to go. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
All right, that was Douglas Wigder, the attorney there for Cassie Ventura, back here with Nima Rahmani. Nima, Doug Wigder said this was not your typical cross-examination. What What do you think he meant by that?
Well, it wasn't your typical cross because it was really Cassie acknowledging her emails and text messages. There was no gotcha moment or the Perry Mason or the Amber Heard moments that, maybe folks expected today. I do think it was damaging for his client. I respect Doug, but it was not a good day for the prosecution. If I were them, I would have fronted a lot of these text messages and emails for the jury. And I would have really, crossed my own witness a little bit because you don't want the defense scoring these points when they get a chance to go after your star witness. So the question is, how will she hold up in terms of explaining away some of this? Obviously, according to Cassie and her lawyer, this doesn't mean anything, and they're minimizing this, and they're saying it's consistent with what she said yesterday and the day before, but I don't think so, and I don't think the jurors are going to think the same way. Now, I'm not saying this is fatal for the case. Obviously, the government has additional witnesses that are going to come and corroborate this and tell their story. That's why this trial is going to go maybe until July.
Yeah.
But I think if we're just relying on the state of the evidence right now, I think the defense has raised some reasonable doubt. I don't think the prosecution is going to get 12 out of 12 jurors. Where we stand today, but we're very early, probably, the bottom of the first inning, if we're given a baseball analogy. So there's plenty of time left in the case.
So let's talk about what happens next. Is this it for Cassie Ventura, or will she have to get back on the stand tomorrow?
Well, the only drama today, Andrew, was Judge Subramanian really browbeating the defense and saying that Cassie Ventura has to be done tomorrow. I don't think it's going to happen. The judge certainly wants it to happen, but it seems like they're just getting started in terms of going through some of this evidence. I mean, some of Combs' opioid use came out today, his overdosing at the Playboy Mansion. It seems like the defense is trying to use that to explain the 2016 attack. I don't know if that's going to be successful. We started getting into some of these other relationships as well. Rapper Kid Cudi was raised now. Today we have the second celebrity, Michael B. Jordan, who Cassie Ventura dated. So we're starting to get into some other lines of inquiry aside from the emails and text messages. I don't think the defense is going to be done tomorrow. So we're going to see how the judge in the case, if he's willing to really hold that line and cut Cassie Ventura loose because of her pregnancy.
So, I mean, just for people who are new to kind of the legal process, to a high-profile trial like this, I mean, this is how it goes, isn't it? If you're one of the witnesses, even if you're the defendant on the stand, the last 10, 15 years of your life is just dissected. Every message you send, every conversation you have, every person you've interacted with, all out there in the courtroom, right?
No question. Andrew, when you're in law school, one of the first things they teach you is write every email and text message like it's going to be read aloud in court one day. And that is exactly what's happening because those words can be used against you. And that is precisely what we're seeing in this case. Cassie Ventura's own affirmation and love and seemingly willing to participate in these freak-offs is used to impeach and cross-examine her testimony from the past couple of days.
All right. Nima Rahmani, I can't thank you enough. I'm sure we'll be speaking tomorrow. Have a good night, Nima.
Thanks.
Welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get the latest on President Trump's swing through the Middle East. Dr. Alon Burstein is here to break down everything we've learned this week. As always, Alon, it's good to see you. There's a lot to talk about. Let's start off with a little bit of what we've been hearing out of Trump taking questions on Air Force One. He was asked today whether Israel has been an obstacle to peace talks in Gaza. He didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he once again mentioned the idea of the U.S. taking over Gaza, saying, quote, "I'd be proud to have the United States have it, take it, make it a freedom zone, let some good things happen," unquote. Is it probably smart of Trump alone to not directly answer that question? If Trump was so inclined, could he have an argument that Israel is acting as a barrier to peace at this point?
It's good to see you, Austin. Like with most of Trump's negotiations since he came back into the White House, if we look at the tariffs, if we look at the negotiations with Ukraine and Russia, it really depends on what. Withdrawal, complete freedom for all the hostages, and things like that. To large extents, Israel has been the one that has not agreed to go forward with that, because Israel has said that it is not willing to end the war. It is not willing to just have the IDF withdraw from the Gaza Strip, even if this means all the hostages come home, because then Hamas remains in power. The deal previously, the way Biden had articulated it, didn't really say what happens then, who stays in power in the Gaza Strip. Israel has said that it wants total victory over Hamas. And if we look at the immediate result, if Trump would like to see a ceasefire, a truce, and hostages coming home, then yes, one could make a valid claim to say, look, Hamas is saying we'd like to go ahead with the second phase of the deal. We'd like to have a complete ceasefire. We'd like to have an IDF withdrawal. Hamas has agreed to almost a 5-year ceasefire. Israel's not agreeing to that. Israel's claim, in turn, is that, well, that's not going to be a peace between the sides. That's just going to lead us back to October 7th, the way it was before. One thing I will say when it comes to Israel's rhetoric, Israel is seeing that Trump is turning away from the Israeli narrative and much more embracing the narrative of like, well, you could have a ceasefire and the hostages come home, which is really what's important to Trump personally. He's really taken an interest in the hostages. Israel's starting to see that, and so Israel's almost escalating the rhetoric. If in the past it was talking about total victory, which is something very amorphous, we've talked about that over the years, I guess by now, yeah, over the years, I was going to correct myself. Now, in the last couple of days, Israel's been talking about the complete surrender of Hamas. That's a different term. And I don't think it's coincidental that Israel's all of a sudden saying it's not something that's amorphous that you can say, well, you have total victory because the hostages came home. No, now Israel's already talking in terms of we demand complete surrender of Hamas, which to some extent is saying we don't want the deal that Hamas may be putting forward or that Qatar may be trying to convince the United States to go forward. We want something else. And as far as Trump is concerned, wanting a fast deal, wanting things to just come to a freeze right now, yes, I can see that he's getting aggravated with Israel's position.
Taking a look at Gaza, Trump has mentioned Gaza quite a bit on this trip alone. Let's talk a little bit about Hamas. Specifically, we saw Trump arriving in Qatar. This is Air Force One arriving there. Trump held a roundtable with top Qatari officials this week where he said Hamas is going to have to be dealt with in Gaza. Alone, how does Qatar likely feel about that? Hamas's external leader was staying in Qatar up until his assassination.
He was staying in Qatar, and most of Hamas's external leadership right now, the entire council that is the leadership of Hamas, does reside primarily in Qatar. They move around a little bit. Some of them are in Turkey, sometimes in Egypt, but primarily they are in Qatar. You know, Qatar is an extremely interesting country. It's an extremely interesting country because of its geographical location. I've told you that I plan to get a map of the Middle East behind me, but I don't have one yet. But its geographical location puts it between Saudi Arabia and Iran, close in the area of the Persian Gulf. Trump said he wanted to maybe change the name to the Arabian Gulf, but the Persian Gulf. And to some extent, it does not have a very strong army, but it has managed to survive by being friends with everyone. It negotiates openly with Iran and also used to fund ISIS and at the same time housed the U.S. fleet. It acts as a courier between Hamas and Israel and is friends with everyone. So to some extent, what Qatar will do will probably be to try to placate all sides, try to befriend the United States and say, sure, if you want to deal with Hamas, that's okay. Meanwhile, they will probably be the ones to offer Hamas safe haven, to do all kinds of things, not in the sense of betraying the United States, just that's their MO. Their MO has constantly been throughout their entire history, maintain friends with everyone, and they're one of the only countries that has managed to succeed. I think what Trump is saying, though, when he says Hamas has to be dealt with, is leaving it vague on purpose, because right now what we have, again, is a situation where de facto Hamas is the only government in the Gaza Strip. Israel does not want that to continue. The United States does not want that to continue. At the same time, Israel has refused to have the Palestinian Authority come in and be the government in the Gaza Strip. So then what do we have? Like, what is going to be the next thing? Is it going to be someone replacing Hamas? Is it going to be Israel's total victory over Hamas? Is it going to be an Israeli administration or United States administration? When he says Hamas is going to have to be dealt with, it's deliberately leaving it vague so that possibly what that means is that the Hamas leadership will go into exile. Possibly what that means is that Hamas will be dismantled militarily, but will be part of the governing units in the Gaza Strip. I think he doesn't know. He doesn't know what the sides are going to agree to, and he's almost inviting Qatar to say, come up with a formula. Come up with a formula that lets me say Hamas was dealt with. If that formula is they've been dismantled, great. If that formula is that they've changed their name and they've become the new moderate government in the Gaza Strip, I think Trump would be fine with that too. If they've changed, he's just trying to come up with a formula and saying it'll have to be dealt with and almost inviting Qatar. So do that. Come up with a formula that we can all live with.
Alon, I got to ask you about one of the bigger stories of the week, the Qatari Air Force One story. We learned over the weekend that President Trump wants to accept a luxury jumbo jet as a gift from the ruling family of Qatar. He wants to use it as Air Force One. The matter still appears to be under legal review, by the way, and the Qatari government said a final decision hasn't been made yet. This isn't the type of story I'd usually ask you about, but you follow the Middle East closer than anyone I know. Is giving a free plane to a U.S. president a new one to you? What was your reaction when you heard that story?
It's a new one, for sure, but a lot of things that have been happening surrounding Trump's visit to the Middle East is a new one. Look, Trump, everything in the world has been said about him, but some of the consistent things are he's unpredictable, so you can get him to switch sides based on if he likes you or not. He is very emotional. He likes flattery. He likes when people look up to him and look up to the United States. We've seen every person, every world leader that has come to the United States has brought him a gift. Very, very symbolically, each time it's a different gift. Never brought a plane, but every time has brought him a gift. But one of the things that we're seeing is that the Middle East leaders know very well that they need to stay on Trump's good side. You asked me in the past when we were talking about Netanyahu, is he looking at that meeting of Trump and Zelensky and thinking that could be me? Every leader is looking at that and thinking that could be me, and therefore I need Trump to like me. So the fact that Qatar has given this plane to Trump and said, this is, to honor you, doesn't surprise me. Every leader in the Middle East has tried to do something to that effect. Saudi Arabia, just as a small example, commissioned a mobile McDonald's unit to follow Trump around wherever he went in Saudi Arabia because it is world famous how much he likes McDonald's. And should he want to have a Big Mac while on Saudi soil, there was a mobile McDonald's that was following him around wherever he went. That's a, albeit smaller example than a new plane Air Force One, but to me, it comes from a similar place. It comes from the place of the leaders saying to Trump, I want to be your buddy. It's not just about what is good for the United States and good for our countries and geopolitical arrangements and previous alliances. I want you to go home and think, I like this. I like that person. And one thing I'll say, and we may bring it up later, but one thing I'll say with regards to where this sort of bore fruit was in Trump's speech in Saudi Arabia twice. He says to bin Salman, the crown prince, how much I love this guy. How much I love this guy. What won't I do for him? You see bin Salman sitting there and going like this. The two leaders, that is more meaningful to some extent in the current world of diplomacy with Trump than any deal that you sign. We've seen this with the Iranian deal and in the past of Trump's first presidency. Any deal that you sign, Trump can walk away from. If he likes you, if you have good relations between the leaders, then you're golden. That's how I read this Air Force One. Obviously, there's a lot of rumors and speculations, espionage. I mean, the Secret Service, I wouldn't want to be in their position trying to understand what this plane is. But beyond any larger diplomatic things there might be, there's an attempt here to simply make Trump like the leadership in Qatar, and I think quite successfully.
We've talked about a lot of things over the months alone, and now we can cross a mobile McDonald's unit off of our bucket list. I got to ask you about Syria. Syria was another big part of this trip alone. Late last year, just to catch everybody up, we remember when opposition forces toppled the Assad regime. The head of those forces, and Syria's current president, is Ahmad al-Shara. Trump met with him earlier this week, which would have been unthinkable months ago. In fact, the U.S. once offered $10 million for information about his whereabouts in relation to his previous connection to al-Qaeda in Iraq. So, Alon, how did we get here, and what has al-Shara done to get Syria in the U.S.'s good graces?
The arc of Ahmad al-Shara has been very interesting to see over the last several months. He started, just a brief moment of history. Like you said, he started actually as an al-Qaeda member, and he was part of al-Qaeda in Iraq. He was then sent to Syria. Now I'm talking about in the early 2011, 2012. He was sent to Syria to establish al-Qaeda in Syria. Then he broke with ISIS, and he was the leader of al-Qaeda in Syria. And then he broke with al-Qaeda and formed his own Syrian branch. And really, that arc is part of the development from being a global jihadist to a local Syrian. He really took on the identity of an Islamist, but a Syrian Islamist, someone who worries about Syria as a Syrian national. Then, when the time was right, after Israel pretty much had weakened Hezbollah and Iran as a result of the Israel-Hamas war, eventually his forces launched their surprise attack, deposed Assad within a week after 13 years of a civil war, deposed Assad within a week, and he becomes the new president. At this point, now we're talking about at the end of 2024, no one really knew what's the trajectory. Who are we dealing with? And he really took a lot of steps to show that he has trying to shed his old personality, the old jihadist. First of all, he reverted back to his name. We're calling him Ahmad al-Shara, but until then, he was known as Abu Muhammad al-Julani. He was known through his jihadi name that he had taken on when he was underground. He reverted back to his old name as a symbolic way of saying, I'm no longer a jihadi fighting against the Assad regime. Now I'm a respectable individual. One of the things we also saw, which also is important to Trump, is how people dress. We saw over the course of the first month that he took over, he stopped wearing his military uniform.
Hey there, good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Brooke Thomas.
TGIF. I'm Bob DeCastro. Welcome to Good Day LA at 4 a.m. Here's a look at some of the stories that we'll be covering this morning. We have breaking news out of South LA. A woman hit and killed while crossing the street. The driver did not stop to help. We've got Mario there live for the latest in the investigation.
Also new this morning, reports the Department of Homeland Security is exploring a reality TV show where immigrants compete for citizenship.
And happy Friday, everybody. Good morning, Brooke, Bob, and to all our viewers. I'm meteorologist Samada Khan, and we've got a nice day on tap once again, but we're going to add a little bit more cloud cover later this afternoon. It's going to be a transitional period as we make our way into the weekend, and the little disturbance that we have been talking about all week, that there could be that chance of some patchy drizzle, does continue to hold together. So this weekend, temperatures are expected to be cooler than normal. We'll call it mostly cloudy with the slight opportunity of a shower chance, especially for our foothills and our mountain communities, and winds are expected to be very strong. But today, enjoy it. We've got numbers currently a range of 50s, 56 degrees currently in Ontario, and afternoon highs today quite nice once again. A range of low 70s and upper 70s is possible, especially for those interior valleys of Woodland Hills. For example, breezy for mountains and our deserts. We remain mostly on the dry side. Outside of some patchy morning clouds and even the possibility of fog, we're looking pretty nice for this afternoon. Again, more details on this upcoming weekend. Now send back over to you, Bob.
All right, Samantha, thank you. We begin with that breaking news in South LA. That's where a woman was killed in a hit and run.
That's right. The driver is still on the loose. Mario Ramirez is live in South LA with this story. Mario.
Brooke, Bob, we're in the Florence neighborhood of South LA where that pedestrian was struck and killed early this morning. And take a look just behind me, just down this stretch of road. You can see that white tent where the victim's body remains on the scene, covered as the investigation is just getting underway and police are searching for the driver that fled the scene. Now, this hit and run was reported just after midnight around 12:35. Take a look at the video here. LAPD Central Traffic investigators say a woman was struck by a driver behind the wheel of a black Dodge Charger or Challenger heading west here on Florence, just east of Town Street. Now, according to a witness, that woman was crossing the street near the intersection when she was hit. Not clear if she was in a marked crosswalk or if she had the right-of-way. Her body was launched into the middle of the road here on Florence Avenue. That woman, police say, suffered blunt force trauma to the body. Meanwhile, LA fire crews responding to the scene, rushing out here and pronouncing that pedestrian dead. The suspected hit-and-run driver continued driving westbound on Florence towards the 110 freeway. That outstanding suspect facing felony hit-and-run charges. Police have already been canvassing the area for surveillance footage and talking to witnesses. Now, coming back out here live, another look at the activity here. Major shutdown right now. Florence between San Pedro Street and South Avalon, shut down in both directions as the investigation continues into this deadly hit and run. We'll have updates throughout the morning here. For now, that's the latest in South LA. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. The LA County Sheriff says it's investigating rape and sexual assault charges against Motown legend Smokey Robinson. The criminal probe by the Sheriff's Special Victims Bureau follows a $50 million lawsuit filed by 4 former housekeepers. The women say Smokey Robinson repeatedly sexually assaulted them, raped them while they worked for him. He is now 85 years old, and the assaults allegedly happened in 2007 and 2024. Robinson's lawyer said there was no merit to the allegations.
Later today, the defense continues its cross-examination of singer and actress Cassie Ventura. She's the woman at the center of the criminal case against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. She has accused him of years of abuse. She says he forced her into sex parties. Ventura says Diddy filmed those parties to blackmail her. Diddy denies the charges, which include sex trafficking and racketeering. His defense team is trying to reframe the allegations. They're suggesting what happened between the two was voluntary.
Minimize that for fear of alienating the jury. But they have to take this and distinguish it from RICO and racketeering cases and conspiracy for prostitution.
They have a couple different angles that they can go with, the defense, right? They can say that she was jealous. They can say that she was, this was consensual, that she was essentially willing to subject herself to this for a lavish lifestyle.
Legal experts say the defense has to strike this delicate balance. If they dismiss her story, that could backfire with the jury. The trial continues through the summer. It could mean life in prison if Combs is convicted. Talks to end the war in Ukraine may move forward today, but it looks like most of the key players won't be there.
Doug Luzader is live with more as President Trump wraps up his trip through the Middle East. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. And the president is already heading home now, as the administration says he'll have to have direct talks with Russia's Vladimir Putin to make a peace deal for Ukraine. With President Trump at the final stop on his Middle East tour, it was left to Secretary of State Marco Rubio to head into Ukraine peace talks in Turkey this morning. But even he said that the president will have to make this work.
Nothing's going to happen until President Trump sits across the table from Vladimir Putin and puts it on the line and puts it on the table. I think that's the only chance we have at peace at this point.
We'll be leaving tomorrow, as you know. Almost destination unknown.
Yesterday, the president fueled speculation that he might head to Turkey today to join the talks. But this morning, it's very doubtful. Russian President Vladimir Putin sent a delegation but refused to show up himself, leading Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to keep his own distance. Some see this as Putin's effort to buy more time.
What Putin wants is to create the appearance of carrying on negotiations while simultaneously he inflicts harm on Ukraine by carrying on this barbaric war.
The president said this morning that he is willing to directly negotiate.
As soon as we can set it up, I would actually leave here and go. I do want to see my beautiful grandson.
Okay, and that is a reference to his daughter Tiffany just giving birth to the president's 11th grandchild, Alexander. Brooke and Bob.
Oh, I want to ask you about this report out saying the Department of Homeland Security is considering a reality TV show where immigrants compete for citizenship. Can you tell us anything else about that?
Yeah, this is a piece in the Wall Street Journal this morning. I think the Daily Mail initially reported this. This is an idea that's been circulating since the Obama administration. There is a producer who has been pitching this idea to the Department of Homeland Security to have a reality show where immigrants vie for citizenship. We don't know if this is going to get any more traction with the Trump administration than it found with the Obama or Biden administrations. What the Department of Homeland Security is telling the Wall Street Journal is they get all kinds of pitches for all kinds of interviews and shows, and this is going through that normal vetting process that they have for those requests.
Yeah, interesting. It wasn't just a simple pitch, though. It was very detailed about, like, what they would be what they would win if the losers would get like a $10,000 Starbucks gift card, which was kind of weird. All right, we'll see, Doug. We'll check in with you later as the president returns back from the Middle East. Thank you so much. Wild Rivers Wild Park in Irvine reopens tomorrow for the 2025 season with over 25 thrilling attractions, including the 6-story Bora Bora Boomerango. There's something for everyone. Opening weekend features live Caribbean music and DJ sets. A second water park also opens tomorrow. It's Soak City at Knott's Berry Farm. Catch a tidal wave or ride the tube and body slides all summer long. 2025 also marks Soak City's 25th anniversary. Soak City is in Buena Park. And guess what? Coco will be there live later this morning.
I mean, what a job Coco has this week. She was at Disneyland yesterday.
To get wet.
And now she's going to be at a water park.
She's having too much fun.
Yeah.
I know.
She deserves.
So how excited is Jax about this, you know? Wild Rivers? You haven't been to Soak City.
You guys go all the time, right?
Right. We go to Wild Rivers all the time. Soak City we have yet to go to, and I'm guessing we're going to hit all those water parks because all his friends love, of course, water.
Especially if it's a hot summer, then it's going to be.
We are anticipating a pretty hot summer, so you've got a lot of opportunities to get out there, families with a lot of kids. Yeah, let the kids go out there and hey, we're just going to hang out.
We'll be under the umbrella.
Exactly. If you're heading out there this weekend, I mean, it will be a little cooler, will be a little breezy, but it's not going to stop the kids from having a lot of fun. Here's a look at our future cast. So today's going to turn out to be a really nice afternoon once again. The only difference is we're going to come down a few degrees from yesterday's highs, and we're going to bring in a little bit more cloud cover. High-level clouds. We're not expecting any precipitation today, but going into tomorrow, so Saturday and Sunday, as I forecast, we are looking at the possibility of very patchy drizzle and even some light rain chances, mostly for our foothills and our mountain communities. It's going to be a mixed bag. We'll get a little bit of sunshine, mostly cloudy on Saturday. We'll call it partly cloudy Sunday with also the off chance of a raindrop. And then by Monday, just like that, the disturbance is gone. We're going to bring in more sunshine, and we're going to be on our way to another round of some hot temperatures. Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to be back in the 80s and even low 90s. So middle of the week, next week, as we lead into Memorial Weekend, it might be pretty toasty. Afternoon highs today, a range of 60s and 70s. As you can see there, 65 degrees in Santa Ana. We're going to call it partly cloudy for Irvine, mostly cloudy for Huntington Beach today, and partly sunny for areas like San Bernardino. If you're heading out to the Coachella Valley, it will be windy this weekend there. Even though they're not going to catch any of the raindrops, but gusty conditions and wind advisories will go into effect for our deserts and mountains beginning Saturday and into Sunday. So keep that in mind. And here's that 8 to 14 days out, hotter than normal. Traffic conditions. If you're heading along the 5 corridor into the Santa Clarita area, we have this earlier incident. A big rig caught fire. We have 2 lanes that currently are shut down, the 2 right lanes. And we've got a SIG alert in place until further notice, so it's going to be a little bit of a tough drive coming inbound through the Santa Clarita area. And your ride, at least downtown LA at this hour, so far, so calm and quiet out there.
I waited to wash my car. You're like, there could be a little bit of drizzle, so I said, all right.
Yeah. Any excuse beats nothing.
Right.
That's what my grandma used to say.
We'll have a wide range of opportunities all next week.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Samana. Still to come, medical debt forgiveness for thousands of people in LA County. Who qualifies and who's paying for this?
Plus, 2 brothers who suffered life-changing injuries in a crash with the LAPD say the city refuses to take any blame.
This collision.
Welcome back. Here's a live look at Santa Monica this morning. Always looks like the best time when no one's there.
Right.
Even though the people are great, it's that you don't have to wait in any lines. You know, you dream of that.
It looks nice and peaceful, actually.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
This idea that you could just get on everything as fast as you want, you know? All right, it is 4:15. Let's get to your news. Two brothers suffered life-changing injuries after a crash caused by an LAPD officer going nearly double the speed limit.
Now they're fighting the city after it refused any responsibility. The devastating collision last June was caught on video.
You determined that it was Officer Stevenson's speed that caused the collision and superseded any potential fault of the left-turning vehicle. Yes.
You heard the LAPD's own investigator saying the officer was solely at fault. The crash left Richard and Stephen Paper, both in their 70s, with serious injuries. The LAPD blamed the officer for reckless driving, but the city of Los Angeles denies responsibility and questions how serious the brothers' injuries actually are.
You could see the carnage and the destruction that was done to their car and to them. Just recently, the city of LA officially gave us their response under the penalty of perjury in court documents, saying not only are we not at fault for causing this crash, your guys aren't even hurt. They're not even damaged.
They're crazy. I mean, I mean, they should look at the car. They should watch me walk.
The brother's lawyer also says the city attorney has a conflict of interest because of her support for laws that protect cities from lawsuits. The city's attorney's office declined to comment, saying the case is still ongoing.
Okay, imagine you have an unpaid hospital bill for thousands of dollars, a bill you just can't afford to pay. But then suddenly, out of nowhere, you get a letter telling you your bills have been paid. As Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez explains, that's about to happen to tens of thousands of LA County residents.
Starting next week, 134,820 LA County residents will receive one of these in the mail. Inside is a letter telling them that Los Angeles County has eliminated their medical debt.
That's right. LA County has joined forces with the nonprofit Undo Medical Debt, which helps pay off the crushing medical bills overwhelming people all over the country.
Nationally, more than 100 million people struggle with medical debt, including 1 in 9 in LA County.
I had emergency heart surgery and then subsequent medical care afterwards, but then I lost my insurance.
Having a daughter with a chronic mental health condition is a lot to manage. Just a routine visit costs me $600 sometimes.
These are some of the people who benefited from the programs in other cities.
When I got the letter from Undo Medical Debt, it was just unbelievable.
It was this huge just weight off my shoulders. It gave me an opportunity to have a fresh start.
Here's how it works. The county uses its funds to help the nonprofit buy the debt created when people don't pay their hospital bills. And they actually pay off those loans that ended up in collection agencies. So instead of getting that annoying phone call saying pay your bill, you get the magic letter saying it's been paid. Now, as to who qualifies, well, listen.
If your income is 400% of the federal poverty level or below, or if your total medical debt exceeds 5% of your income.
You don't have to take any action. There's no application. It is a real notification that we are taking care of your medical debt.
What's more, it may be a gift, but you do not owe taxes on it. In downtown Los Angeles, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
For so many people there. Okay, it is 4:19 and strawberry season is in full swing. This weekend, one of California's sweetest traditions returns to Ventura. I'm talking about the 39th annual California Strawberry Festival. It's taking over the Ventura County Fairgrounds Saturday and Sunday from 10 in the morning until 6:30 in the evening. You're going to be able to enjoy strawberry funnel cakes, strawberry pizza, and even strawberry beer. General admission is $15. Kids under 5 are free. There are free shuttles to the event as well. For more info and if you want to buy some tickets, you can go to castrawberryfestival.org. I have had strawberry beer before.
Strawberry beer, that actually sounds like it could be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a hint of strawberry.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good. Go out there. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be delicious and good weather, hopefully. We've got you covered. Speaking of weather, Good Daily Weather sponsored by 3-Day Blinds, and we have some patchy low-level clouds this morning. It could be expanding into some interior valleys, but we are anticipating, yes, more sunshine later this afternoon with high-level clouds, so we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny, and temperatures will be very similar to what we got yesterday. Some areas like the coast will see a little bit more cloud cover and temperatures will be a little bit cooler there as the onshore flow will gradually increase. Meanwhile, our valleys will turn out to be a really nice afternoon with partly sunny conditions. And then we move into the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. This area of low pressure is going to dig a little further south, and it is going to give rain chances for our neighbors to the north. So the northern tier of the state and across portions of the Sierra could see some snow. But for us, we're just going to get the tail end of this passing system, and that's going to drive in a little bit more moisture and a little bit more lift, which leads to patchy drizzle and even the potential for some light rain, both late Saturday into the early part of Sunday. It'll be cooler, all that cool air filtering in courtesy of that system. And then we're going to warm up by Monday and Tuesday, and then we get hot again. Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to be looking forward to numbers back in the 80s and low 90s. If you're heading out to the mountain communities today, a little breezy. It will continue to be on the drier side, but winds are going to be a pretty big issue Saturday and Sunday for not just our mountains, but our desert communities. We've got wind advisories that will take effect Saturday with wind gusts that could reach up to 50+ to 60+ miles an hour at times. And a shower chance, very slight off chance of a raindrop there. And then over to the lower deserts, we've got temperatures reaching back to 106 by Thursday ahead of your Memorial Day weekend. And traffic conditions, we have you covered here as well. We do have a brand new incident. This one, just an alert. A stalled out vehicle is blocking a slow lane northbound side of the 170 at Magnolia Boulevard. Just a heads up there. And this ongoing SIG alert still remaining in place. The 2 right lanes continue to be shut down due to a big rig fire from earlier. So a lot of cleanup work there that they've got to do. Back to you, Brooke, Bob.
I just want to thank you. Coming up next, a baby born with an extremely rare condition appears to be healed.
You're going to hear all about little KJ and how he became the world's first to undergo a special treatment. Welcome back. Medical news here. Doctors say a baby in Pennsylvania is among the first in the world to be successfully treated with a custom therapy involving gene editing.
KJ Muldoon was born with a rare and dangerous genetic disease that affects about 1 in a million babies. His disease triggers an error in his genetic code, causing him to lack an enzyme needed to remove ammonia from his body. But a custom gene therapy treatment devised by doctors at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is proving successful.
This extraordinary thing that was essentially going to possibly save and enhance our child's life.
The prognosis for him was very different. We were talking more about like comfort care, liver transplant. So anytime we see even the smallest milestone that he's meeting, like a little wave or rolling over, that's a big moment for us.
The parents say their son is reaching milestones they weren't certain he'd be able to before. Doctors hope to advance these treatments to help the roughly 350 million people around the world living with rare diseases.
I was just thinking about that, like how many more diseases will be cured by just editing the gene. Wow, it's crazy. Yeah.
Okay, 4:26 this morning, air taxis are coming to the 2028 Olympic Games in LA to transport fans and athletes to and from various venues. We're going to show it to you next.
Again, the Trump administration denies citizenship to children born to people who are in the United States illegally. We'll also take you inside the U.S. Supreme Court for arguments on a case about birthright citizenship. Thanks for being with us on this Friday, May the 16th. Good morning, I'm Bob DeCastro.
Hey there, I'm Brooke Thomas. Yes, good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 4:30. Samana, good morning.
To say happy Friday.
Well, you say it. We were saving it for you.
Happy Friday, everybody. TGIF. We've got some really good weather later this afternoon, so that's going to bring a smile to your face. But we are watching some low-level clouds, a little cool out there. A live look right now at the casino at Catalina Island. We're looking at temperature readings right now, about 54 degrees in the downtown LA area, 53 in Corona, and afternoon highs today will be quite comfortable. We're going to lower those temperatures just a tad, especially across our interior valleys. Yesterday, some areas saw low 80s. Today, we're going to be looking for highs in the upper 70s. We're going to pick up a little bit more cloud cover. I'll call it high-level clouds. Winds are going to push through. A little gradual change in our weather pattern before a disturbance moves through Southern California. Unfortunately, this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be looking forward to 60s, mostly cloudy, and some patchy drizzle. More details on the 7-day forecast coming up. Meantime, send back over to you, Brooke, Bob.
All right, so I want to thank you. Happening today, R&B singer Chris Brown is due in court. Police in the UK arrested him yesterday for allegedly attacking someone. Police say this happened in February of 2023 at a nightclub in London where a music producer was reportedly hit with a bottle. Brown is facing assault charges. He's supposed to kick off a world tour next month. 3 family members accused of torturing 6 children at a home in San Bernardino County have entered not guilty pleas. Kenneth Michael Key, Tina Marie Key, and their 23-year-old daughter, Caitlin, were arrested this week in Victorville. Prosecutors say they subjected all 6 children to years of physical, emotional, and mental abuse. The DA says the abuse included daily beatings, strangulation to the point of unconsciousness, and punishments of withholding food and water for a period of days. Each defendant is now being held without bail.
President Trump's controversial agenda is now in the hands of the Supreme Court. The justices are debating whether federal judges can issue sweeping injunctions to block his executive orders, including a ban on birthright citizenship. Fox's Rebecca Castor recaps the arguments.
Hundreds of protesters, many of them immigrants, gathered outside the Supreme Court Thursday, speaking out against President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship.
More than anything else, we believe that if you are in America, you are an American.
Trump wants to deny citizenship to children born in the U.S. whose parents are here illegally. But critics say it's a violation of the 14th Amendment, which states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. And some justices do not seem eager to overturn that law.
If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case.
As far as I see it, this order violates 4 Supreme Court precedents.
But the White House also wants the Supreme Court to rein in federal judges who use sweeping injunctions to block the president's policies, like the birthright citizenship EO. And the justices will have to consider the legality of nationwide injunctions when ruling on this case.
The practical problem is that there are 680 district court judges, and they are dedicated and they are scholarly, and I'm not impugning their motives in any way, but you know, sometimes they're wrong.
This case was fast-tracked to the High Court, and a ruling could come in days or weeks. If the justices rule in President Trump's favor, a lot of his executive actions that are tied up in court may be allowed to take effect. Outside the Supreme Court, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Breaking news this morning, a woman killed in a hit and run in South L.A.
Yeah, Mario Ramirez is live there with more on what we know. Mario.
Good morning. That deadly hit and run shutting down a major street here in the Florence neighborhood of South L.A. LAPD on the scene. Police say that pedestrian was struck here crossing this stretch of road. The body now covered by that white tent as the search continues for the driver, who they say took off from the scene. Take a look. Officers from LAPD Central Traffic Division and LA Fire crews rushing out here to the intersection of Florence and Town. This was around 12:30 a.m. That's when police say, according to a witness, the woman was crossing the street when she was hit by a black sedan, launching her body into the road before the driver continued west on Florence toward the 110 freeway. Not clear if that pedestrian was in a marked crosswalk when it happened. Unfortunately, the woman was pronounced dead by responding fire crews as police shut down that street to traffic on Florence from San Pedro Street to South Avalon. Meanwhile, LA County Medical Examiner crews are en route to take the victim's body, and that felony hit and run suspect remains outstanding. Back out here live, police at this point describing the vehicle as a black Dodge Charger or Challenger. Anyone who has information that could help being urged to contact the LAPD. Live in South LA this morning, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you.
Mario.
Some of the top political minds were in town at the recent Milken Global Conference. Alex Michelson sat down with Sarah Longwell and Frank Luntz, both known for their focus groups with voters across the country.
Describe the mood of the country right now.
The country is not in a good mood, especially Democrats and independents, and some Trump voters who voted for Trump specifically because they wanted him to lower prices, they wanted their grocery prices to go down.
How important is the economic reality of the country to President Trump's political success?
He rises and falls based on affordability. If the public sees they have more money in their pockets and bank accounts, he does well. If the public doesn't see that, it hurts him. But he's got the strongest, most intense group of people I have ever seen in my studying politics over the last almost 50 years now. There are some people who supported Trump that don't care whether the market's up or down. They're going to back him anyway. That we haven't seen before.
Well, this week on our statewide political show, The Issue Is, we take you inside the Milken Global Conference. Alex moderated a panel on LA's wildfires and has a series of high-profile one-on-one conversations, including Dr. Mehmet Oz, Jennifer Siebel-Newsome. Plus, we hear from Magic Johnson and a lot of A-listers in tech, politics, sports, entertainment, and more. Jam-packed edition of The Issue Is from the Milken Global Conference tonight at 10:30 right here on Fox 11.
Is that Peyton Manning?
Probably. I just saw Jessica Alba there, so it's a lot of other types of stars.
Yeah, a lot of people going on there. Okay, can't wait to see that, Alex. Thank you. The 2028 LA Olympics will be the most futuristic by far with flying air taxis. Check out this electric air taxi in action made by Archer Aviation, which is a San Jose-based company. Archer announced it'll be the official Team USA air taxi, flying athletes, fans, and other VIPs between venues and key locations during the summer games. The air taxi takes off and lands vertically. It carries up to 4 people and produces less noise and emissions than a traditional helicopter.
It lands vertically. It's like a Harrier. You know, the military aircraft goes like this. A lot of energy needed to go up and down vertically.
But less than...
Okay, we'll see it. Pretty interesting.
Your typical helicopter.
Pretty cool.
That is very cool. Yeah.
Who gets to ride in that?
Yeah, all the athletes.
I mean, but like which ones?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You know, is it gonna?
Maybe you guys could do a test run.
Maybe. You got one more story here.
Okay.
Oh.
3 LA County restaurants just got a major shout out from Michelin.
The world famous guide is adding them to its prestigious list. So let's take a look. The first restaurant, Kamal, in the city of LA. Chef Fatima Juarez serves Mexican dishes built around fresh corn. Michigan highlights her quesadilla with squash blossoms, corn, and melty quesillo. Over in West Hollywood, Somni. The menu mixes modern Spanish with dishes like mussel escabeche, gazpacho, and shiso tartare tempura. In Hermosa Beach, Vinfolk earns praise for its seafood pot pie and half Jadori chicken.
Wait, did you say seafood pot pie?
I know, that sounds good to me too. I know you don't like seafood, but it does.
But I do like a pot pie.
Maybe you could like this.
You know what I hate about a restaurant pot pie though? I will tell you this is my complaint, okay? When they don't put the crust on the bottom. You know, they have those really cute ramekins and it's just, I don't like that. You know, give me the...
That's just
the best part, like when it gets a little soggy with this sauce.
That's just like French onion soup or something.
Yeah, come on, give me the...
Just give me the seafood.
I bet they have crust on the bottom there.
Yeah.
Well, cool. I like the list of restaurants there to try out. We've got some great weather today, Brooke. Bob, happy Friday, by the way. TGIF. We've got a good-looking one for you. Temperatures right around normal. We've got sunshine, high-level clouds. You're going to stream through Southern California later this afternoon, so it's going to be a nice day. Sunrise at 5:50 this morning underneath some low-level clouds. A marine layer, it is back, but we're going to be looking forward to sunshine again later this afternoon. Going into this weekend, we do have a system situated to the north of us that's going to drag some cooler air into SoCal, so we're going to be looking for highs 60s, a range of low and high 60s, and a lot of cloud cover. I'll call it mostly cloudy to cloudy with the potential for some patchy drizzle for your Saturday and into Sunday. Mixed bag of weather conditions, and even some light rain is possible, and measurable precipitation very much on the light side But winds are also going to be an issue for our deserts and our mountain communities. Going into Monday, the start of the work week, things clear out pretty nicely, and temperatures are on the way to warm. We're going to get downright hot again by Thursday. Afternoon highs today, 72 degrees in Burbank. Hey, that's a nice looking afternoon. 70s, and there is that opportunity of maybe 1 or 2 areas that could see low 80s, especially out towards Lancaster and San Bernardino. Meanwhile, mostly cloudy for Huntington Beach and maybe a peak of sunshine for Laguna Beach. Out towards our desert communities, nice today before the gusty winds come through. 8 to 14 days out, leading into your Memorial Weekend. So far, it does appear to hold together that we will be hotter than normal. And if Thursday tracks to 80s and 90s, we're going to continue to see how hot we do get for next Saturday and Sunday. Got to cover traffic-wise. Taking a look outside. We do have this new issue here. Debris is in lanes, taking away the 1 and 2. So if you're driving or if this is part of your commute along the northbound side of the 5 at the 110 through the Elysian Park area, large metal debris. Apparently a couple of vehicles have already collided with it. And this ongoing signaler, 2 right lanes continue to be shut down due to an earlier big rig fire. Caltrans doing a lot of cleanup work southbound side of the 5 at Calgrove Boulevard. And here's a live look, eastbound, westbound side of 210 at Marengo Avenue through Pasadena. Looking pretty open at this hour. Bob, Brooke.
Thank you very much, Savannah.
Okay, when we come back, we are going to detail some allegations against LAUSD.
The mother of a middle school student is taking legal action after learning about an alleged relationship between her son and a school employee. All right, time now is 4:45. A woman is suing the LA Unified School District over allegations of sex abuse, possibly involving her son.
The lawsuit alleges inappropriate behavior by an LAUSD speech therapist while the child attended Marina Del Rey Middle School. Here's Fox 11's Gina Silva.
I kind of figured it was something weird going on, but I didn't know for sure it was sexual.
Daphne Smith is suing LAUSD, alleging that a district-assigned speech therapist sexually abused her 13-year-old son in 2022. The sessions were supposed to take place in Marina Del Rey Middle School, but Smith says the therapist instead took her son, who has learning disabilities, to her home. When he didn't come back, Smith says she repeatedly called the therapist but got no response.
I tried calling her at 8:30. She didn't answer. I sent her a text. She didn't respond.
She says her son wasn't returned home until nearly midnight. Daphne says she reported the incident to school officials and told the therapist to stay away. But she later discovered the therapist was still allegedly messaging her son on Instagram.
She told my son that she couldn't call him physically on the phone because she can get in trouble. So she was messaging him privately on social media.
When her son went missing, Daphne filed a police report, but she says she already knew exactly where he was.
I knew he was with her. The phone that he was carrying at the time, it pinged to her address.
This case is about child sex abuse as well as grooming.
Attorney Dominique Westmoreland represents Daphne and her son. Their lawsuit accuses LAUSD of negligence, negligent hiring, false imprisonment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and sexual battery.
It's terrible because the mother of the student had reported this speech therapist's conduct since July of 2022 and has been reporting this issue to LAUSD as well as to the authorities, but it appears that no one has taken any of her concerns seriously or genuinely, and so it has caused us to have now filed a lawsuit.
Daphne says her son eventually admitted to having a sexual relationship with a speech therapist, and to this day, she says he still struggles to cope.
You know that what she was doing was wrong. At the time, he felt like she cared for him, she loved him, but he's a kid, you know.
All right, we contacted LAUSD for comment. They let us know they don't comment on pending litigation. Meantime, the boy's mom is urging LAPD to launch their own investigation.
Happening today, the city of Torrance will kick off celebrations honoring Armed Forces Day. The event starts a short time from now. A Black Hawk helicopter is scheduled to land at the Del Amo Mall at 5 a.m. And then 7:30 tonight, a military concert will be held at the James Armstrong Theater. The fun continues tomorrow at 8 a.m. with the 5K for Freedom Run Walk, which takes place at the Del Amo Mall as well. Then the highlight of the weekend, the Armed Forces Parade, will start at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. Cool. 4:48 this morning. Hey, Samara.
Oh, yes, very cool indeed. If you're going out there, you want to make sure you bring a jacket tomorrow. Temperatures are going to be falling mostly in the 60s with a lot of cloud cover, so actually really good running weather. Just don't be caught off guard if you experience some patchy drizzle out there both tomorrow, Saturday, and into the early part of Sunday. Yesterday, we got a red box. Temperatures were about 75 degrees, slightly warmer than normal. We're going to just come down a couple of degrees. Still will be a very nice afternoon as we transition into a cooler weather pattern for the next couple of days. It's all due to this area of low pressure, and the jet stream is digging a little further south, and we're going to bring in a little more lift into the atmosphere, and that's what's going to trigger some patchy light precipitation. So just keep that in mind. Temperatures will fall from 70s and upper 70s today to low to mid 60s and upper 60s tomorrow, and we might get some partly sunny conditions the latter part of Sunday as that quick moving system moves out of our area. Then we're going to quickly warm up into the 70s and 80s, and then we get downright hot Wednesday into Thursday leading into your Memorial weekend. It does look dry for right now. It's Speaking of dry, we continue to see those dry conditions across our deserts, and winds are going to be an issue with that passing disturbance for our deserts. Temperatures also will be dropping just a tad across Coachella Valley. There may be blowing dust and sand, so just keep that in mind if you're heading over to Palm Springs and those adjacent locations. And then we're going to be seeing temperatures out in our desert areas climb to 90s and triple-digit heat. Palm Springs, 90s today, 80s in the future, and then next week we climb to 106 degrees. Traffic conditions. Good Day LA Traffic is brought to you by Sweet James Accent Attorneys. If you're heading out towards areas along this route, northbound side of the 5, right there at the 110, they're still dealing with trying to get this metal debris out of the roadway. Northbound side of the 5, there has been reports of a couple of vehicles that have collided with that debris in the road. Big rig fire from earlier this morning, southbound side of the 5 at Cal Grove Boulevard. It continues to have a couple lanes blocked off. We'll continue to watch that incident for you. And now here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
If you've been hurt in an accident and you need results, call Sweet James. Here are just some of the recent wins for our injured clients. Call the firm that wins big. Call Sweet James.
Welcome back. A horror franchise returns to theaters this weekend.
Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin with a preview on what's new in theaters and streaming.
I always knew this day would come.
A frightening franchise continues in theaters this Friday with Final Destination Bloodlines. It's the 6th installment in the Cheat Death Then Get Chased by It horror series, and the first in 14 years. This chapter follows a college student with terrifying nightmares who heads home to find the one person who may be able to break the cycle and save her family.
You're hurting everyone around you.
Also in theaters, The Weeknd, Abel Tesfaye leads Hurry Up Tomorrow as a musician plagued by insomnia, pulled into an odyssey with a stranger who begins to unravel the core of his existence. It's a companion film to his latest album of the same name. Jenna Ortega and Barry Keoghan co-star.
We are here to live.
The drama To Live and Die and Live is about a Hollywood filmmaker who returns to his home city of Detroit for his stepfather's funeral and to settle his accounts. But while there, finds himself battling his own personal struggles with depression and addiction.
There's a firestorm this evening at Gallaudet University.
While among new movies streaming, Apple TV Plus adds Deaf President Now from Niall DeMarco and Davis Guggenheim. The documentary is about 8 days of historic protests in 1988 at the world's only deaf university after the school's board of trustees appointed a hearing president over several qualified deaf candidates.
Together we're united.
In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
4:55 is your time. A lot of absences from the Ukraine peace talks that are happening today in Turkey. We'll have more on that coming up in a live report.
And new at 5 o'clock, a popular metro line is closing. No train service until the end of July. I'm Brooke Thomas. Thanks for joining us.
Happy Friday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Bob DeCastro. Welcome to Good Day LA at 5 a.m. Here is what's coming up. We are following breaking news in South LA. A woman hit and killed while crossing the street. The driver didn't stop to help. Mario is live there with the investigation.
And for the next 70 days, you'll need to find another way to work. A live report on which metro line is closing and what other options you may have.
Now I'm meteorologist Smada Khan, and we've got your forecast for this Friday. Looking pretty comfortable later this afternoon with a mixed bag of sunshine and some cloud cover. At this hour, we've got overcast conditions for most of our coastal communities. And waking up, good morning, a range of 50s, 51 degrees in Corona, and a great looking morning right now currently in Burbank. We've got temperature highs today. A range of low 70s, mid 70s, and perhaps even a reading of low 80-degree temperatures across areas like San Bernardino this afternoon. But we're on our way for some weekend changes. Temperatures are going to be a lot cooler, cloudier, and we've got winds picking up in our desert regions. I'll have more details on, this Saturday and Sunday's forecast before temperatures next week heat up pretty nicely. And traffic conditions, taking a look outside, it is a pretty busy morning. Your ride, we still have that ongoing signal alert due to an earlier big rig fire. Caltrans are on the scene, helping to continue to clean up that issue. And not too far from there, brand new collision here, northbound side of the 5 to 14, right there, the transition road. The vehicle is facing the wrong direction. We've got tow trucks en route. Here's a live Caltrans camera through Pasadena. So far, looking pretty good along that portion of the 210. Back to you, too.
I just want to thank you. We start this morning with breaking news out of South LA. Police are searching for the driver who just crashed into a woman and left her there on the street.
Mario Ramirez is live in South LA with the latest on the investigation. Mario, good morning.
Brooke, this all happening in the Florence neighborhood of South LA. That driver striking the pedestrian here and speeding off. Now take a look just down the street from where we're standing. You can see that white tent where the victim's body remains here on the scene, covered as the investigation is just getting underway and the search continues for that driver. Take a look at the video here. The hit and run was reported just after midnight. This was around 12:35. LAPD Central Traffic investigators say a woman was struck by the driver behind the wheel of a black Dodge Charger or Challenger heading west here on Florence near Town Avenue. According to a witness, that woman was crossing the street near the intersection when she was hit. It's not clear if she was in a marked crosswalk or if she had the right-of-way. Her body launched into the middle of the road here on Florence Avenue. The woman, police say, suffered blunt force trauma to the body. LA fire crews responding, rushing out here to the scene and pronouncing that pedestrian dead. Meanwhile, the suspected hit-and-run driver continuing driving westbound on Florence towards the 110 freeway. And back out here live, that outstanding suspect facing felony hit-and-run charges. We've seen police canvassing the area for surveillance footage, talking to witnesses, and you can also see that the street here is closed. A major shutdown, Florence between San Pedro Street and South Avalon as the investigation continues. For now, that's the latest here in South LA. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Mario, thank you. We do have a heads up for anyone who takes the subway through Mid-Wilshire.
The D line is going dark for more than 2 months. Gigi Garcia is live in Koreatown with the impact. Gigi.
That's right. The schedule closure starts tomorrow, and it only affects 3 stations, and Metro will be providing a workaround for the folks who use those. Take a look at the video. We're talking about Metro's entire purple line, which is known as the D line subway. It will be closed for 70 days starting tomorrow so that crews can connect that line to a planned extension that will take riders all the way to West Los Angeles. The closure again begins Saturday morning and continues through July 25th, which means there'll be no train service between these 3 stations. We're talking about Wilshire, Vermont, Wilshire, Normandy in the middle, and then Wilshire Western on the west side. Subway service will remain available between Union Station and the Wilshire, Vermont station via the Metro B Red Line. Now, for months now, riders have been notified. There are signs, there were flyers put up, and take a look at this. This basically sums up the closure. It starts tomorrow, May 17th, and runs through July 25th. There will be no service between Wilshire and Vermont with 3 stations. Again, Wilshire, Normandy, and Wilshire Western. Shuttle buses will be provided between the closed stations. And again, this starts tomorrow. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Garcia. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. The LA County Sheriff says it's investigating rape and sexual assault charges against Motown legend Smokey Robinson. The criminal probe by the Sheriff's Special Victims Bureau follows a $50 million lawsuit. This lawsuit was filed by 4 former housekeepers. The women say Smokey Robinson repeatedly sexually assaulted them and raped them while they worked for him. He is now 85 years old, and the assaults allegedly happened in 2007 and 2024. Robinson's lawyer says there was no merit to the allegations.
Later today, the defense continues its cross-examination of singer and actress Cassie Ventura. She's the woman at the center of the criminal case against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. She has accused him of years of abuse. She says he forced her into sex parties. Ventura says Diddy filmed those parties to blackmail her. Diddy denies the charges, which include sex trafficking and racketeering. His defense team is trying to reframe these allegations. They're suggesting what happened between the two was voluntary.
Minimize that for fear of alienating the jury. But they have to take this and distinguish it from RICO and racketeering cases and conspiracy for prostitution.
They have a couple different angles that they can go with, the defense, right? They can say that she was jealous. They can say that she was, this was consensual, that she was essentially willing to subject herself to this for a lavish lifestyle.
Legal experts say the defense has to strike a delicate balance. If they dismissed her story, that could backfire with the jury. The trial continues through the summer. It could mean life in prison if Combs is convicted. Talks to end the war in Ukraine may move forward today, but it looks like most of the key players won't be there.
Doug Luzader is live with more as President Trump wraps up his trip through the Middle East. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. Yet no heads of state at these talks to end the war in Ukraine, and that really calls into question how effective they may be. With President Trump at the final stop on his Middle East tour, it was left to Secretary of State Marco Rubio to head into Ukraine peace talks in Turkey this morning. But even he said that the president will have to make this work.
Nothing's going to happen until President Trump sits across the table from Vladimir Putin and puts it on the line and puts it on the table. I think that's the only chance we have at peace at this point.
We'll be leaving tomorrow, as you know. Almost destination unknown.
Yesterday, the president fueled speculation that he might head to Turkey today to join the talks. But this morning, it's very doubtful. Russian President Vladimir Putin sent a delegation, but refused to show up himself, leading Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to keep his own distance. Some see this as Putin's effort to buy more time.
What Putin wants is to create the appearance of carrying on negotiations while simultaneously he inflicts harm on Ukraine by carrying on this barbaric war.
The president said this morning that he is willing to directly negotiate.
As soon as we can set it up, I would actually leave here and go. I do want to see my beautiful grandson.
Yeah, his 11th grandchild, Alexander, was just born. As far as talks with Putin are concerned, we don't know when that would happen. It doesn't really sound like much is going to come out of these talks in Turkey today. Brooke and Bob.
So the president then returns to Washington, and not a lot of rest here, Doug. He's still waiting to see what happens with Congress and that big, beautiful bill. What's the latest with that?
Well, the deadlines are fast and furious there. First of all, the House wants to pass this measure by Memorial Day. That's going to be awfully difficult. They want to get it through the Senate and onto the president's desk by the 4th of July. That's going to be tough. Republicans can do this with just their own votes, but they all have to get on the same page, and that's where they're having some difficulty.
All right, we shall see. Doug, thank you so much.
5:08 this morning, Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine reopens tomorrow for the 2025 season. They have more than 25 attractions, including the 6-story Bora Bora Boomerango. There's something for everyone. Opening weekend features live Caribbean music and DJ sets. And hey, a second water park also opening tomorrow. I'm talking about Soak City at Knott's Berry Farm. You can catch a tidal wave or ride the tube and body slides all summer long. 2025 also marks Soak City's 25th anniversary. Soak City is in Buena Park. Coco McAvoy will be live at what?
I'm just laughing that Coco's going to be there today.
I wonder if he's going to go down a slide.
I tell you, when it's this early in the morning.
It's chilly.
Yes, it's cold. You're like,
yeah.
I don't know if I want to go in there.
You're also at work, so it's hard to like get soaking wet and then, you know, but.
Yeah. Guess we'll see.
She'll still show us the fun, I'm sure, in her way.
Yeah.
But
but I would like to see her go down one of those slides. That would be fun.
Fun for who?
Fun for us. Let's be real. Hey, that's great. We're anticipating a pretty hot summer, so you have many opportunities to get out to the water parks. But for folks that are going out on Saturday, you want to make sure you prepare. It's going to be a little cool, a little chilly. Things improve late Sunday, but all next week and into your Memorial Weekend, it is going to be packed there because it's going to be hot and parents are going to be looking for a place for the kids to cool off. We've got winds right now, mostly calm, a little gusty for some of our canyons and passes. The winds are going to be an issue for our high deserts and mountain communities going into tomorrow, where wind alerts will take effect. And it's all due to this system that's going to be brushing through the area. There's enough lift and enough moisture that there could be patchy drizzle tomorrow as well. Mostly cloudy conditions as we take a look at our futurecast. High level clouds today on the dry side, but then there's the pops of green, so pops of precipitation into Sunday as well. Light rain possible for our foothills and our mountain areas, and perhaps we'll pull off some rain totals, but on the lighter side. And then we clear up Monday, and as we approach, yes, the middle of the week, next week, numbers get back into the 80s and low 90s, so a summer-like feel on the way. But right now, we're looking at close to spring averages, 65 degrees in Santa Ana, 70s and 80s for the interior valleys, and it will be, again, gusty if you're heading out of town later this afternoon. If you're going to stay put in Palm Springs, it will be pretty gusty there this weekend also. And here you go. Hey, 14 days out. We're looking pretty hot, like Bob DeCastro, right, Brooke?
No.
No?
He's looking kind of cold today.
Really?
He's looking
No, I'm just kidding. No, you look great. I like it. I like the... And you guys can't see it at home, but your pants are fly.
How about cheers?
Give him a little
Friday.
knee.
Cheers.
Yeah, they're like
You look great. This is a great outfit.
Cheers. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Cheers. Still to come, we're talking about medical debt, and there's forgiveness for thousands of people in LA County. We'll tell you who qualifies and who is paying for this.
Yeah, that's right. Also, two brothers who suffered life-changing injuries in a crash with the LAPD. Well, they say the city is refusing to take any blame.
5:15 is your time. Live look at Long Beach here. A nice day on tap here, says Samada, but we could have some weather this weekend. We'll have her weather report coming up.
Okay, let's get to your news now. Two brothers suffered life-changing injuries after a crash that was caused by an LAPD officer who was going nearly double the speed limit.
Now they are fighting the city after it refused any responsibility. That devastating collision last June was caught on video.
You determined that it was Officer Stevenson's speed that caused the collision and superseded any potential fault of the left-turning vehicle.
Yes.
Wow. Well, you heard the LAPD's own investigator saying the officer was solely at fault. The crash left Richard and Stephen Paper, both in their 70s, with serious injuries. The LAPD blamed the officer for reckless driving, but the city of LA denies responsibility and questions how serious the brothers' injuries actually are.
You could see the carnage and the destruction that was done to their car and to them. Just recently, the city of LA officially gave us their response under the penalty of perjury in court documents, saying not only are we not at fault for causing this crash, your guys aren't even hurt. They're not even damaged.
They're crazy. I mean, I mean, they should look at the car. They should watch me walk.
Well, the brother's lawyer also says the city attorney has a conflict of interest because of her support for laws that protect cities from lawsuits. The city's attorney's office declined to comment, saying the case is still ongoing.
Okay, imagine you have an unpaid hospital bill for thousands of dollars. You can't afford to pay, but suddenly out of nowhere you get a letter telling you your bills have been taken care of. As Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez explains, that is about to happen to tens of thousands of people in LA County.
Starting next week, 134,820 LA County residents will receive one of these in the mail. Inside is a letter telling them that Los Angeles County has eliminated their medical debt.
That's right. LA County has joined forces with the nonprofit Undo Medical Debt, which helps pay off the crushing medical bills overwhelming people all over the country.
Nationally, more than 100 million people struggle with medical debt, including 1 in 9 in LA County.
I had emergency heart surgery and then subsequent medical care afterwards, but then I lost my insurance.
Having a daughter with a chronic mental health condition is a lot to manage. Just a routine visit costs me $600 sometimes.
These are some of the people who benefited from the programs in other cities.
When I got the letter from Undo Medical Debt, it was just unbelievable.
It was this huge just weight off my shoulders. It gave me an opportunity to have a fresh start.
Here's how it works. The county uses its funds to help the nonprofit buy the debt created when people don't pay their hospital bills. And they actually pay off those loans that ended up in collection agencies. So instead of getting that annoying phone call saying pay your bill, you get the magic letter saying it's been paid. Now, as to who qualifies, well, listen.
If your income is 400% of the federal poverty level or below, or if your total medical debt exceeds 5% of your income.
You don't have to take any action. There's no application. It is a real notification that we are taking care of your medical debt.
What's more, it may be a gift, but you do not owe taxes on it. In downtown Los Angeles, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
Great news for so many people. This is also really cool news. Strawberry season is in full swing. And this weekend, one of California's sweetest traditions returns to Ventura. I'm talking about the 39th annual California Strawberry Festival. It's taking over the Ventura County Fairgrounds Saturday and Sunday from 10 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. You can enjoy strawberry funnel cake, strawberry pizza, even strawberry beer. All right, general admission costs $15. Kids under 5 are free. And they're going to have free shuttles to the event as well. For more info or to buy tickets, go to ca.strawberryfestival.org. I love strawberries. And I love strawberry, like, flavor things, you know?
Yeah, especially, like, fresh strawberries. It makes a huge difference. They taste
strawberry
so delicious. Even though I'm allergic to strawberries.
Yeah, Bob has a little allergy to strawberries.
What happens?
It's fine. It's not a serious one. tingly. My tongue gets a little red,
Yeah.
like little dots on it and stuff like that. Happens with a lot of fruit with me.
Yeah. All right.
It's okay.
It's okay. We've got you covered here. It is, May. We've got a little bit of May gray on the way, especially going in this weekend. Saturday, Sunday, we're going to roll in the clouds. Temperatures are going to drop, and we're going to be below normal for this time of year. But again, Saturday and Sunday, due to a weather system that's going to brush through the area. And we're keeping a close eye on this area of low pressure and that associated trough. It's what's going to dig in that cooler air and that stronger sea breeze. It's also going to bring in gusty winds for our high deserts and our mountain areas. And a lot of cloud cover tomorrow and the early part of Sunday. We do have patchy drizzle chances and some very light rain opportunities as well, especially for foothills and our mountain communities. It's a quick moving system. It'll be gone by perhaps the latter part of Sunday and into Monday through the rest of the week. Next week will be dry and we're really going to heat up. So a lot of fluctuation from today through the weekend and into next week. 65 degrees in LAX today. If you're traveling a little further north, we do have some rain opportunities across Seattle into Portland. And we got this area of low pressure that's swinging some precipitation across Minneapolis. Severe weather across areas of Arkansas, the southern tier of Illinois and Indiana. We've got not just severe thunderstorms, but there may be a potential for tornadic activity and large hail due to that very strong and potent system that's moving through the region. 68 degrees in New York with shower chances tonight, and even thunderstorms could be rolling through New York City by tomorrow. Back here at home along the West Coast, cooler than normal. We're going to drop those numbers into the 60s for Saturday, and a gradual warm up. Will be warm and then downright hot for Wednesday and Thursday. 80s and 90s return to the forecast. And mountain communities, it will be windy. Temperatures rebound pretty nicely across our lower deserts. We get pretty hot. 106 for Palm Springs. Got you covered traffic-wise, and it continues to be very busy out there. We do have that solo vehicle crash that continues to impact lanes along the portion of the 5 and the 14. I'll bring you a closer look at that momentarily. Big rig fire, though, that signaler is still in place. Southbound side 5 at Calgrove Boulevard. Caltrans is still working to clean that issue. And there's that solo vehicle incident. Northbound side of the 5 and the 14 has now the fast lane shut down on that transition road. Now send back over to you two.
All right, Samantha, we actually have breaking news now, 5:22. R&B superstar singer Chris Brown just appeared in a British courtroom after his arrest in the UK yesterday for allegedly attacking someone. A judge ordered he remain in custody. Police say the attack happened in February of 2023 at a nightclub in London where a music producer was reportedly hit with a bottle. Brown is facing assault charges. He was supposed to kick off a world tour next month. Coming up next after the break, a baby born with an extremely rare condition appears to be healed.
Yeah, you're going to hear all about little KJ. There he is right there, how he became the world's first to undergo a special medical treatment. Welcome back. Doctors say a baby in Pennsylvania is among the first in the world to be successfully treated with custom therapy involving, get this, gene editing.
It's so interesting. KJ Muldoon was born with a rare and dangerous genetic disease. This disease affects about 1 in a million babies. It triggers an error in his genetic code, causing him to lack an enzyme needed to remove ammonia from his body. But a custom gene therapy treatment devised by doctors is proving successful.
This extraordinary thing that was essentially going to possibly save and enhance our child's life.
The prognosis for him was very different. We were talking more about like comfort care, liver transplant. So anytime we see even the smallest milestone that he's meeting, like a little wave or rolling over, that's a big moment for us.
Yeah, doctors hope to advance these treatments to help the roughly 350 million people around the world living with rare diseases.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Air taxis are coming to the 2028 Olympic Games in LA. To transport fans and athletes, we are going to show you this new technology next. .30 on the dot on this Friday morning. Thanks for being with us. Happy Friday, happy weekend. I'm Bobby Castro.
Hey there, I'm Brooke Thomas. Let's get to Samada with the check on your forecast and some good energy.
Oh, yeah, we've got some good Friday energy. Later this afternoon, it's going to be very nice and comfortable. We've got sunshine on the way and perhaps a few clouds that'll linger into the latter part of the evening. But we've got, unfortunately, some bigger changes for your Saturday and Sunday. We're going to cool you down, and we're going to bring in slight opportunities of patchy drizzle and stronger winds for both Saturday and into Sunday. But hey, next week looks really good. We're going to heat back up again. I'll show you the 7-day forecast. For right now, though, you want to bundle up just a little bit. It is pretty chilly out. We've got 53 degrees in Pasadena, 55 degrees in San Bernardino, and temperatures up in Big Bear Ooh, 30 degrees. We've got nicer numbers here, 73 to 76 for your lunch hour and beyond. We've got warmer temperatures if you're heading over to the Coachella Valley. But if you are heading out to our deserts, it will be a little gusty, as I mentioned. Outside of some morning low clouds and fog possible for the coast, we are making way for sunshine, or at least partly sunny there as well. Got you covered as well with traffic, and it is busy out there. We do have this incident. Big rig involved collision, a northbound side of the 215 at Barton Road. The sedan that it collided with is sitting in the fast lane while it is off to the right-hand shoulder. If this is part of your route, just make sure you slow it down out there. We have this ongoing SIG alert southbound side of the 5 at Cal Grove Boulevard. Big rig fire earlier this morning. 2 lanes are still shut down as Caltrans continues to work on that issue. And a solo vehicle crash is occupying the fast lane on the transition road, the northbound side of the 5, right there at the 14. Brooke, Bob, back to you.
Thank you, Savannah. This morning, police were searching for the driver who struck and killed a woman in South Los Angeles.
That's right. It happened around 12:30 this morning near the intersection of Florence Avenue and Town Avenue. The LAPD says a black Dodge Charger or Challenger was traveling westbound on Florence when it hit someone walking. The victim was launched into the air, landing in the road. She died at the scene. Police say the car continued on Florence, did not stop. The LAPD's Central Traffic Division is investigating.
Meantime, LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced tough new sanctions to combat the waves of thefts plaguing businesses across Southern California. The DA says Proposition 36 is already making an impact with over 1,000 retail theft arrests since mid-December. The voter-approved measure raised some shoplifting crimes from misdemeanors to felonies. Hochman spoke outside a Pico Robertson's 7-Eleven that has been hit multiple times. He also announced a campaign using yellow stickers to warn would-be thieves of tougher penalties. Business owners can get those stickers from business associations and police departments starting today. He joined Alex Michelson exclusively on the Fox 11 News at 6 to explain.
Up with a window sticker, a 6-by-6-inch window clinger that goes to a store's window that says very simply, warning, this is a protected business. Thieves will be prosecuted by the Retail Theft Task Force. These thieves that have been particularly terrorizing these local stores, and again, making it so the people didn't want to go in these stores. Because you see these people stealing, you're worried about what will happen, so you don't come in. So these stores have suffered, the communities have suffered, the quality of life has suffered, and we're doing our best to reverse that trend.
The aim is to give a visual message to would-be thieves and to get the community talking about the tougher new laws.
Altadena leaders are asking state officials to invest $200 million towards stopping real estate investors from taking over after the Eaton fire. They're calling on Governor Newsom and others to support nonprofits that can buy fire-damaged homes. The goal is to keep properties affordable and owned by the community.
Right now, we're really battling to save the soul of the city and to ensure that people have a right to return and to ensure that there's a community-led recovery.
A new report shows nearly half of the homes sold after the fire went to big companies instead of local families.
Okay, if you're shopping at Kroger, you could be overpaying. A nationwide investigation by Consumer Reports found Kroger frequently has expired sales tags on the shelves. A customer thinks an item costs a certain price but is charged more upon checking out. Kroger also has been the target of multiple class action lawsuits over its pricing errors. Kroger calls the report misinformation, stating in part, quote, the Consumer Reports allegations boiled down to misinformation, reviewing a handful of discrete issues from billions of daily transactions. The company also says they review millions of items weekly to ensure shelf pricing is accurate. A 70-day closure starts tomorrow on one of LA's busiest subway lines.
Gigi Garcia is live in Koreatown with the details. Hey, Gigi.
That's right. We're on Wilshire and Western here, and we're talking about the Metro D line, sometimes known as the Purple Line. Take a look at the video. As you said, it will be closed, but that closure doesn't happen until tomorrow, and riders have been notified via signage and flyers that starting tomorrow, work will begin so crews can connect the existing line to a planned extension, which will eventually take riders into West LA. The closure means there will be no train service between 3 stations: Wilshire and Vermont, Wilshire and Normandy, and Wilshire and Western. Subway service will still be available, though, between Union Station and the Wilshire Vermont station via the Metro B. That's the red line. Riders will not be left without public transportation because during the D-line closure, Metro is going to be providing shuttle buses between the affected stations. Again, only 3 stations. Meanwhile, the work being done will eventually lead to the extension and will include 3 new subway stations at Wilshire and La Brea, Wilshire and Fairfax, and Wilshire and La Cienega. The D-line will eventually extend through Century City, Beverly Hills, and end near the VA campus in West Los Angeles. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Okay, Gigi, thank you. The 2028 LA Olympics, they're going to be the most futuristic by far because of flying air taxis.
All right, so look at this. Electric air taxis is what we're talking about. They're in action, and they're made by Archer Aviation, a San Jose-based company. Archer announced it will be the official Team USA air taxi. This will be flying athletes, fans, and other VIPs between venues and key locations during the Summer Games. The air taxi takes off and lands vertically. It carries up to 4 people and produces less noise and emissions than a traditional helicopter.
Pretty cool. Look at this. Sky Fox over Dodger Stadium yesterday evening as fans.
Oh, my goodness.
Just look at that. They were waiting for Shohei Ohtani's latest bobblehead giveaway. The Dodgers celebrated Ohtani's historic 2024 season where he hit 50 home runs and stole 50 bases. Every fan in attendance got a bobblehead. Ohtani's collectibles have sparked massive lines and an online resale frenzy. Some Ohtani bobbleheads have sold for around $1,000. Oh, by the way, the Dodgers beat the A's 19-2. Shohei homered twice and drove in 6 runs.
1, 2, 3.
Well, look at this. Randy's Donuts has opened a new store, and it's nowhere near Inglewood. The iconic donut chain has officially opened its first store in Tokyo.
So cool.
Yes, the Tokyo location features the brand's distinctive giant rooftop donut sign. Inside, customers can choose from 40 different varieties of donuts, including classic favorites and Japan-exclusive creations like the strawberry chocolate Texas glazed and the LA blue custard cream inspired by the Los Angeles Dodgers. Prices range from 360 to 550 yen. It's approximately $2 to $4 in US dollar.
Love Randy.
That is awesome. Way to go, Randy. Going to Japan. Did you see the lines out there?
Yeah, so if you go to Japan, you can go on your way to the airport, stop off at Randy's, get a donut, then get on a plane, get to Tokyo, and have another one on the other side.
There you go. I like what you're saying. Good Day LA weather is brought to you by Howard's Appliances. And we've got some patchy low clouds this morning, and of course it's a cool start. But afternoon highs today will be just a little cooler than yesterday. We're on our way to a gradual cool down for this weekend. Temperatures actually going to be dropping into the 60s as early as tomorrow and Sunday. We're going to bring in more clouds. Winds are going to kick up, and even some patchy drizzle and some light rain opportunities for this weekend, unfortunately. But I've got better news going into next week. We're on our way to a pretty significant warm up once again. Summer-like heat coming back right around Wednesday and Thursday. So a little bit of a roller coaster ride. Sunrise this morning at 5:50. So right around the corner, sunset at 7:49 this evening with a little bit more clouds. Here's a look at our futurecast as I animate this out. Some high-level clouds will kind of stream through the area. Then we're going to pull in, yes, low-level clouds and patchy drizzle. You can see the pops of green on the map there. It'll be more widespread chances late Saturday into the early part of Sunday before clearing out. So a little mixed bag of weather conditions, just so that way you're not caught off guard. There may be even some light accumulations in terms of rainfall for some of our foothills and our mountain areas. And on Monday, we're going to clear out pretty nicely, and temperatures, as I mentioned, will be stepping it up next week. Afternoon highs today, 63 degrees in Simi Valley, 67 in Inglewood. We're going to be looking forward to really comfortable numbers across Orange County, like Santa Ana in the mid-60s, and 70s and low 80s possible for the IE. Wind's going to be an issue, as I mentioned, for the deserts and our mountains, especially this weekend where wind advisories take effect. Send back over to you, Bob, Brooke.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Coming up, a mandatory setting is being added to teens' TikTok accounts. We'll tell you what it does just ahead.
Plus, a heartwarming moment when Sarah Michelle Gellar surprises the new Vampire Slayer.
Aww.
I know, we'll have that story after the break.
It is great.
Welcome back. The popular social media app TikTok will add a mandatory feature for teen users to help them power down at night.
So anyone under 18 will see the in-app meditation feature automatically. If young users try to access the app after a certain time, they'll get a guided meditation prompt instead of their regular feed. Parents can set a curfew in essence. Adults can also access the sleep hours features for themselves in the screen time settings.
This is interesting. In China, the version of TikTok that people have, there are so many features specifically to protect children.
Guardrails.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I'm sure parents will be happy.
Yeah.
Okay, Netflix just announced it'll reboot the iconic talent competition Star Search. The company says it will spotlight the best up-and-coming performers in everything from music to dance, comedy, and kids. The series will air twice a week live. The original series ran from 1983 to 1995 with Ed McMahon as host. It came back for 1 year in 2003 with Arsenio Hall as host. So far, no word on a host, judges, or a premiere date, or, but it's okay. We'll watch.
Yeah, it's like the original talent show before there was Idol, before there was any of these shows.
So many superstars.
Yeah. Sinbad got his start there.
Beyonce too, right?
Did she?
Was it? They were in a group called Girls Time?
Oh, we have to look.
Let me just double check that.
All right, speaking of reboots, fans are excited about the reboot of the hit show Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, that's right. Sarah Michelle Gellar released a video call of how she announced to the lead actress that she was cast in the lead role.
I love this.
Ryan, we all love you. And from the second we all saw your tape, there was nobody else in our eyes that could do it, that we wanted to do it with. And I'm so excited to stand by your side and have you be my partner on this journey. It's just so exciting. Oh my God. So I hope it's a yes.
Yes, for sure, yes. Thank you. I'm so excited.
What do you think? Are you ready?
Oh my God.
Sweet.
How do you, that's amazing. The actress Ryan Kira Armstrong, joined by her father, who's also an actor. Look how emotional he is, to hear details from the original TV Buffy star herself, Sarah Michelle Gellar. Variety reports that Gellar will be an executive producer on the show and have a recurring role.
Cirque du Soleil is making its way back to Laguna Hills. This is Echo, the newest Big Top show. It begins May 23rd and goes through June 29th at the Laguna Hills Mall. Echo follows an inquisitive young woman named Future as she wanders into a fantasy world that explores our sacred bond with animals and nature. For ticket information, go to cirquedusoleil.com/Echo.
The amazing acrobatic feats that they can do.
Yeah, I know.
It's like only a few people in the world can do it, right? And then to put all the artistry behind it, it's so cool.
Pretty cool.
It is amazing to watching those artists. Good morning, Brooke, Bob, and we've got you covered. Our weather conditions under some overcast skies. We have the temperatures really nice this afternoon, a little bit cooler than yesterday. Yesterday, downtown LA, we got 75 degrees. That's slightly above normal for this time of year. And then we're going to be potentially adding right around maybe a blue box. Numbers get slightly below what is typical. Temperatures, though, will sink further. Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be picking up a little bit more cloud cover and a stronger sea breeze due to this area of low pressure, and that trough is what's going to pull in that cooler air, pull in the clouds, and unfortunately going to produce some gusty wind conditions as well. Light to drizzle chances and even some light rain is associated with this area of low pressure that's going to quickly move through the region. Take a look at our futurecast. So we'll get some high-level clouds today, mixed bag with some sunshine. You can see the pops of green, which is indication of the widely scattered spotty shower activity, which is possible. We will get a light accumulation out of that system, and then by Monday, we clear out pretty nicely. Those winds, we do have wind advisories that will be in place beginning as early as tomorrow afternoon. We've got winds coming out of the west, 20 to 30 miles an hour. Areas of our high deserts and our low deserts, we've got gusts that could reach beyond 55 miles per hour. Even isolated gusts could reach up to 60 plus miles an hour. At 7-day forecast breakdown, 60s are on the way and lowering those temperatures. It will be cool to chilly with the precipitation opportunities. And then we're going to quickly warm up Monday, Tuesday, and then get downright hot again. 80s and 90s are back in the forecast. If you're heading over to the high country, we've got 60s and dry, gusty wind conditions. In our mountain communities, also a shot of showers. And we go warm for Coachella Valley, really windy going into this weekend if you're heading over to Coachella. Portions of the Coachella Valley, and Palm Springs can get as hot as 106 degrees. So what a swing in both directions. We've got you covered traffic-wise. Good Delay Traffic, sponsored by the law offices of Jacob and Ronnie, and call jacob.com. Pretty busy out there if you're on your way and heading on the southbound side of the 5 at Calgrove Boulevard through Santa Clarita. An earlier big rig fire has at least 2 lanes that continue to be shut down until further notice as Caltrans are working to clean up that mess. And your real-time traffic in and out of downtown looks really good. Got 19 minutes your ride leaving downtown to get to the west side. And here's a live Caltrans camera. This is going to be through Pasadena along the 210, both directions at Marengo Avenue. Looking good and quiet at this hour. Here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob. Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Chiama Jacob.
Tawagan si Jacob.
Sayang ba ba Jacob?
Call Jacob. Definitely. He is the real deal.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
Hey there, let's check in with Shannon Bream from Fox News Sunday.
Hey, Shannon, great to see you.
Bob and Brooke, good to see you guys.
All right. What a historic trip this was for President Trump. And there were so many headlines that came on. All I kept thinking about is the velocity with which everything was happening, from the diplomacy that was taking place to all of these investments. I guess the devil's in the details. And when he comes back here, you know, will people actually come through with these deals that he made?
Yeah, that's a great question, because there have been promises before that were not, you know, fully executed, and so we'll have to see. But the president is taking a victory lap, and there are folks here in D.C. who would normally be his critic who are actually begrudgingly giving him some praise over this trip. As you talked about, moving very quickly, bringing these economic deals back, and really massaging a lot of other things that need to get done, whether it's the Iran deal. He says they have our proposal now on the table. We're waiting for them. Talking about that he's willing to meet with Putin now to sit down and try to hammer out a deal on ending the war in Ukraine. But also saying, you know, if we have that meeting and I realize he's not actually going to do it, then we have that knowledge and we can move on. The Middle East, so many other things, and celebrating getting to peace with India and Pakistan over their latest skirmish. So he feels like he's racked up a lot of wins. The White House feels great about this trip.
Let's want to talk about this now. There's a pretty high-stake case involving birthright citizenship. What are the legal arguments being made on both sides?
So I sat through these arguments yesterday. They were supposed to be an hour long. They were 2.5 hours, and I can't tell you now what the court is going to do after that. So it's more broadly about this issue of nationwide injunctions, whether a federal judge, there are almost 700 of them, one anywhere in the country, can shut down something like the executive order on birthright citizenship for the entire country. So it's supposed to be about the injunctions, but they really did get into some of that birthright citizenship stuff too, because you have to think about the practicalities of if you lift those nationwide injunctions and say they're no good. Okay, how does that work then if you have judges who've ruled different ways across the country? Does a baby born in New Jersey to parents who are in the U.S. illegally get citizenship, but one in Texas doesn't? I mean, the justices really seem to be struggling with the practicalities of what their decision is going to mean.
All of this is really dizzying, Shannon, from the storylines that came from the Middle East trip to everything that happens when he comes here at home. Big, beautiful bill. I know we're waiting to see what happens with that. We know you'll have this fully covered. We appreciate you, Shannon. Have a great weekend. Fox News Sunday airs right here on Fox 11 every Sunday morning at 8 o'clock.
Awesome. Okay, time to check in with Jen about what's coming up on Good Day LA. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning. So whether you are a bold Aries with a bitter bite or dreamy Pisces with a sweet twist, the stars might just have your signature sip written in the cosmos. And later on this morning, we're going to find out which aperitif pairs perfectly with your zodiac sign. And dive into summer fun at Knott's Soak City Water Park. Coco will be in Buena Park with all the thrilling rides that will be available for a limited time. Plus, Mobster Jam is taking over SoFi Stadium this weekend. Brooke will have a sneak peek at the high-flying tricks and non-stop action that you can expect to see. All that and more coming up. Good Day LA at 6 starts right after the break. Happy Friday, everybody.
Friday. It's been a busy week.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
A lot of news happening.
Good one. Happy Friday to you. Good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 6 a.m. I'm Bobby Castro.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Yes, happy Friday. Thanks for joining us. Let's take a look at your headlines, starting with Mario.
LA County is moving forward with covering unpaid medical debt for tens of thousands of residents. We're live in South LA with who qualifies and how soon those notices will be sent out. Just ahead.
Plus, a major turn in the Menendez brothers case, how Governor Newsom could now decide their fate. We'll have more on that, but first, let's get over to Samada in from Maria this morning. She's got to check on our Friday forecast.
Yeah, we got a good-looking Friday, Jen, Bob, and to all our viewers out there. If you've got to be traveling, heading out to LAX, it's a little tough of a drive. Look at the backup, but under overcast conditions at this hour, but late this afternoon, we're going to make way for some very comfortable temperatures. Today would be the transitional day as we get into this weekend. We've got more clouds, we've got chances of patchy drizzle tomorrow and into Sunday, so we do have some weekend changes, and I'll go over more details on that. In the meantime, we're waking up to 50, so perhaps a light jacket if you're waking up with us in those interior valleys and the high deserts. Mostly clear conditions there. Numbers, a range of 70, so quite nice. A little warm for our lower deserts. Winds are expected to pick up as well for our deserts and mountains through the weekend. Now send over to Stu with a look at traffic. Good morning, Stu.
Hey, good morning, Samana. I definitely grabbed my Fox Puff jacket this morning. It is that kind of cold. You know what else is not that cold? Is that Friday light is amazing. Take a look at that. Now, the 101 is through the Hollywood area, is moving along super well. When we took off this morning, I did grab a gander over at that foggy Sepulveda Pass, and it is kind of just building a little bit this morning, but it is definitely going to be Friday light there as well. The 101 all the way down here to Hollywood, looking like a great drive, good spacing, no crashes, and plenty of green on that map. If this is your drive this morning, you've got it made. Enjoy that Friday. Sending it back to Bob and Jen.
Friday, Stu, to you and the crew. Thank you so much. From commute to construction zone, that's the shift coming to part of the purple or the D line.
It's going to be out for a while. Metro's D line shuts down from Vermont to Western this weekend. Gigi Graciette is live in Koreatown now with everything you need to know. Good morning.
Good morning. Riders will not be left without public transportation since Metro will be providing shuttle buses that will go between the three, and there's only 3 stations that are actually affected by the closure, which does not start until tomorrow. Take a look at the video. Metro is shutting down its D line, sometimes referred to as the Purple Line subway, for 70 days starting tomorrow, so the crews can connect the existing line to its planned extension, which will eventually take riders into West LA. The closure means there will be no train service between 3 stations: Wilshire, Vermont, Wilshire, Normandy, and Wilshire and Western. Subway service will still be available, though, between Union Station in downtown LA and the Wilshire, Vermont station via the Metro B, which is the red line. And again, riders will not be left without public transportation because during the closure, Metro is going to be providing shuttle buses between the 3 affected stations. Meanwhile, the work being done will eventually lead to the extension and will include 3 new subway stations. The D line again will eventually extend through Century City, Beverly Hills, and end near the VA campus in West LA. Again, the closure on the D line for 3 stations starts tomorrow. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. So new this morning, R&B superstar singer Chris Brown appeared in a British courtroom after his arrest in the UK yesterday for allegedly attacking somebody.
A judge ordered that he remain in custody. Police say the attack happened in February of 2023 at a nightclub in London, where a music producer was reportedly hit with a bottle. Brown is facing assault charges. Brown is supposed to kick off a world tour next month.
Meantime, the LA County Sheriff says it's investigating rape and sexual assault charges against Motown legend Smokey Robinson. The criminal probe by the Sheriff's Special Victims Bureau follows a $50 million lawsuit filed by 4 former housekeepers. The women say Smokey Robinson, who's now 85 years old, repeatedly sexually assaulted them and raped them while they worked for him. The assaults allegedly happened in 2007 and 2024. Robinson's lawyer said there was no merit to the allegations.
Big development in the Menendez brothers case. Their parole hearing is now set for next month. This comes just days after a judge in Van Nuys reduced their sentences to 50 years to life, making them immediately eligible for parole. Their previously scheduled June 13th clemency hearing has been converted into a regular parole hearing. If the board recommends the brothers for parole, it then goes to Governor Newsom to approve or deny. Eric and Lyle Menendez have been locked up for 35 years for the murders of their parents.
Well, if you have past due medical bills in LA County, you might soon get a letter saying it's been paid off. And no, it's not a joke.
Mario Ramirez live in South LA with the rollout of this new relief program and whether or not you're eligible. Mario, good morning.
Bob, Jen, good morning. This is all part of a medical debt relief program that was launched by the county late last year in December. This is the first phase, and there are currently 2 hospitals participating in the program. One of them here behind me, the MLK Community Hospital in South LA, and the other, the Adventist Health White Memorial Hospital in Boyle Heights. And if you have unpaid medical bills from either and you qualify, you could soon be covered without having to lift a finger. So take a look. More than 134,000 LA County residents will soon get a letter in the mail from LA County and undue medical debt. Inside, you'll find details about which debt is covered before you have to confirm receipt online. The county is spending just over $1 million here to eliminate more than $183 million in medical debt through the first round of this program. The payoffs come through a partnership with the nonprofit Undue Medical Debt, which buys past due accounts for pennies on the dollar from participating providers. And officials stress this is not a scam. The county will not call, text, or email. Eligibility based on income, family size, and whether a provider or debt collector participates in the program. Take a listen.
If your income is 400% of the federal poverty level or below, or if your total medical debt exceeds 5% of your income.
You don't have to take any action. There's no application. It is a real notification that we are taking care of your medical debt.
And less than 400% of the federal poverty level, around $128,000 a year or less for a family of 4. The county's goal is to wipe out $500 million in debt using local funds and up to $2 billion with outside help. They say creating a healthier and more financially stable community. Officials say those letters will go out on Monday, May 19th, and they should be received by those who qualify within a week of being sent out. For now, that's the latest here in South LA, just outside MLK Hospital. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. Happening today, the city of Torrance will kick off celebrations honoring Armed Forces Day.
Yeah, events were set to start this morning with the landing of a Black Hawk helicopter at the Del Amo Mall. At 7:30 tonight, a military concert will be held at the James Armstrong Theater. The fun continues tomorrow at 8 a.m. with a 5K Run for Freedom Run Walk, which will take place at the Del Amo Mall. Then the highlight of the weekend, the Armed Forces Parade, will start at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Strawberry season is in full swing, and this weekend, one of California's sweetest traditions returns to Ventura. The 39th annual California Strawberry Festival takes over the Ventura County Fairgrounds Saturday and Sunday. The hours are 10 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. General admission, $15. Kids under 5 are free. You can enjoy strawberry funnel cakes, strawberry pizza. Strawberry pizza?
Yeah, because you know what that's going to look like, right? You'll have strawberries on top, like the pepperoni, and then drizzled with like chocolate, or it's going to be a dessert pizza. You're not going to see like marinara sauce and pizza.
You sure? It could be like pineapple on pizza.
There's no way. I've never seen it done, and I hope to never see it.
Watch it totally.
There's no way there's like marinara sauce with strawberries on top.
Wash it down with strawberry beer. By the way, there are free shuttles from Oxnard and Ventura that will run every 15 minutes.
Those strawberry funnel cakes actually sound pretty great.
You know.
What?
I'm still wondering about this pizza. Like, do they have?
Well, why don't you go and deep dive on that?
Yeah.
You know. Jen, you know,
I will say for our folks that are, in Ventura and Oxnard, that's like the strawberry capital of the world.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like if you drive along those freeways and you see all the strawberry fields, and so that's the place to get your
Does it smell like strawberries out there?
They do smell. Yeah.
I wonder if it smells like strawberry. How beautiful would that be?
Right, right.
I think you can go.
Well, we have to limit Bob DeCastro's strawberry intake, Jen, because he's allergic.
Are you really?
Mildly.
Oh, my condolences. Strawberries are delicious.
I don't eat them a lot just because I get...
Oh, what happens? Does your tongue swell up?
The tongue gets a little tingly.
Red dots.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I would just, but
I like
they are good. You can have one. Hey, we've got temperatures really comfortable today. We're lowering the daytime highs just a tad, courtesy of the flow of air a little stronger, pushing onshore. We are picking up, yes, some clouds at this early hour. We'll call it partly cloudy by this afternoon and mostly cloudy for the coast. The interior areas, we'll call it partly to mostly sunny skies and temperatures a little bit warmer. We're looking forward to upper 70s and 80s there. Meanwhile, just comfortable in downtown LA, but we've got some bigger changes this weekend, unfortunately. We're going to bring in cloud cover and a chance of some patchy drizzle. So if you are going out to the Strawberry Festival, make sure you bundle up because it will be a pretty chilly day Saturday and into early Sunday, as our futurecast shows us. Widely spotty, patchy drizzle, and even some light rain opportunities in some spots, courtesy of this system that's going to be passing through the region. And it's quick moving. It'll be gone by Monday, just in time for the work week. Afternoon highs today, 60s and 70s. Very nice afternoon in store for Ontario at 78 degrees there. Low 80s is possible for San Bernardino. And if you're heading up the high country, we've got 63 degrees and really gusty winds going into this weekend. So keep in mind if you're heading over to Victorville, Apple Lucerne Valley, and out towards the Coachella Valley, watch those winds. And send it back over to our lovely Strawberry, Jen. And
I'm trying to figure this out over here. This is
like Dr. Lamar's over here.
Yeah.
Coming up, cross-examination continues today at the trial of Sean Diddy Combs.
The jury, but they have to take this and distinguish it from RICO and racketeering cases and conspiracy for prostitution.
We'll have more on the takeaways from Cassie Ventura's third straight day on the witness stand. We'll have more on that when we come back.
And welcome back. Time to reveal today's hookup, and we can do it on 2 words. Play ball. Today, Good Day LA wants to hook you up with 4 club-level tickets to see the Los Angeles Angels take on the Miami Marlins on Friday, May 23rd at Angel Stadium. Go Angels. Enter for a chance to win on our website at foxla.com/contest or link through the QR code on the screen. Good luck. Bob, Jen.
All right, Samara, thank you.
Thank you, Samara. We're going to get to the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. His ex-girlfriend is getting ready to spend her 4th day on the witness stand at the trial.
Today will be the second day, or the third day rather, that Cassie Ventura will be cross-examined, no, the second day, sorry, by the music mogul's lawyer. So cross-examinations have been happening. Right, third day on the stand, second day that she's being cross-examined by Diddy's attorneys. So Briella Tomasetti from our sister station in New York joins us live now with more on the latest testimony here. Good morning to you.
Guys, I'm not sure if I'm live, but the IFB just dropped out, so I can't hear anything. If you want to figure it out and come back to me.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. We will come back to you in just a little bit once your IFB situation is figured out, but...
We'll do that, yeah.
This has been happening all week in court. Super emotional testimony that we've heard from Diddy's ex, Cassie Ventura, when she talked about the abuse that she suffered, the alleged abuse at the hands of
Pictures
Diddy.
Of the actual freak-offs shown to the jury. And she had to actually identify herself as the person in those pictures. So really,
and she has to, you know, they're going to take her off the witness stand at some point soon because she is 8.5 months pregnant, and she needs to get back to where she lives, and you know, it's a traveling thing as well.
Yeah, fascinating. So, she's the key witness in all this.
Right.
There's all these other witnesses that are going to be taking the stand later, and it's going to take weeks. So
only the beginning.
It's only the beginning.
And this trial is expected to last until what, July? 2 months?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get over to Samara now for check on our weather.
All right, we are watching the low-level clouds. Marine layer, it's back. May gray skies do continue, at least at this early hour. And late this afternoon, we're going to see a little bit more sunshine and temperatures a little bit lower than yesterday. Temperatures were so nice. What a fantastic afternoon. And some locations like Woodland Hills did see highs right around upper 70s and low 80s. Today, we could be producing another blue box. Temperatures sink just slightly below normal. It's the transitional period before we get cooler numbers. It will be a pretty cloudy Saturday and Sunday, courtesy of a system that's going to brush by our area, bring enough lift in the atmosphere as well as added moisture. So patchy drizzle. We've got temperatures coming down to the 60s and really gusty, strong winds across areas of our deserts and our mountains. So keep that in mind. We do have some interesting weather both Saturday and Sunday with some pockets of sunshine. So mixed bag of conditions. And then we're going to clear out and warm up. Temperatures are going to get downright hot. Wednesday, Thursday, we get back to 80s and 90s. Though going into the weekend, our mountain communities could see a shot of showers and gusty winds for our deserts before Palm Springs eventually will be heating up to 106 degrees, but not until Wednesday and Thursday leading up to your Memorial Day weekend. Now send over to Stu with a look at traffic. Good morning, Stu.
Oh. Hey, good morning, Samara. Well, it was Friday light, and it's pretty much Friday light everywhere else, but the 605 right here in the city of industry. Got a car fire off to the right there. Cadillac CTS Coupe. You don't really see those things catching fire that often. Feel bad for the owner of that car. LA County Fire, they showed up, they put it out. But the backup, take a look at that. They're not even really taking away more than one lane, but the backup is huge. It's northbound 605 just past the 60. You're actually on the brakes before that 60 split right there. It's slow and go till you pass that fire, and after that, it's wide open again on that northbound 605. Southbound, no looky-loo traffic, moving along very well. If south is your drive, you got it made. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Thank you, Stu.
All right, let's get back to Briella Tomasetti. She's from our sister station in New York with the latest on the Diddy trial there from Lower Manhattan. Briella.
Yeah, Bob and Jen, sorry about that. Some technical difficulties on our end. Always fun on a Friday, but let's get back to this. I do have an update for you, like we've been sharing every day. Cassie taking the stand to remind you, at 8.5 months pregnant. We spoke to her lawyer heading into court this morning, and he said that he is confident, that she has been confident in her truth, and she is ready to get home to her family, to have her third child, and he thinks overall she's been doing a great job. He also said that he would speak to reporters again upon leaving the courthouse later today. The defense, though, their strategy, which we sort of knew all along, was to portray Cassie as a willing participant in Diddy's freak-off. So let's recap what happened here yesterday for a moment. First, the defense introduced texts and emails from the early years of Cassie and Diddy's relationship, portraying them to jurors as a loving couple. Then the questioning turned to Diddy's freak-offs. Cassie was asked to recite what she wrote to him during the time she was involved, with Diddy's lawyers apparently trying to demonstrate her enthusiasm for them. When do you want to freak off? He asked in August of 2009. I'm always ready to freak off, Cassie replied. The text messages turned graphic, with Cassie having to read aloud what she wanted to do, word for word, during these encounters. Cassie complained at one point that jurors weren't hearing the full context of the messages the defense was highlighting, saying, there's a lot we skipped over. But as Cassie went through each and every message, Diddy appeared relaxed, sitting back with his hands folded and legs crossed. Then the conversation shifted to Diddy's alleged drug use. Cassie claimed that Diddy was addicted to opiates and that she began using them as a coping mechanism. She said Diddy recommended that she get help for her drug issues because he only wanted her to do them with him. Both Cassie's lawyer and Diddy's publicist weighed in on that long day of testimony.
The one thing about her testimony really is there's no credibility issues with her. The facts are the facts. She's telling them as they are, her truth, and they are what they are.
There's two sides to every story, and you can't rush the judgment, and you have to just wait until all the facts, and we did see the facts, and we did see the receipts as to what was happening in real time with their relationship.
And Diddy's lawyers say they don't expect to be finished cross-examining Cassie until the end of the day. If that happens, she may need to come back on Monday so that prosecutors can ask her follow-up questions. Now, the judge told both sides to agree to get this done as early as possible, considering her late stage of pregnancy. So they wanted to try and aim for getting things done this morning. Defense, though, attorneys say that prosecutors messed up the timing because they called up two earlier witnesses before Cassie took the stand. So right now we're just going to have to see how things stand schedule-wise, but it does appear that this could finish today and she may have to return to the federal courthouse on Monday. Bob and Jen, back to you.
Brielle, do we know who's next once she's off the stand?
I was trying to look into that, guys, because I know you asked me that yesterday, and typically the court sends out a memo the day before or the day of when we get a sort of a scope into what's happening. That hasn't been sent out yet, so we'll have to check into that on Monday and see who the next witnesses are. But again, the focus right now has been Cassie, and I also noticed here at the courthouse, I'd like to share with you that it seems, although there is still a huge interest, national interest in this trial, that less media is here today, possibly because there's a local strike happening. Some crews were diverted there to New Jersey. But definitely, I'm not sure if you can see here behind me, still a presence, but on the first day of opening statements, a lot more people.
I was going to ask that, Brielle, because you know, does Cassie Ventura actually come through the front door with all the media there? Or they, or do they allow her to go through a different door so that she doesn't have to go through this scrum?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Diddy has been going through different entrants. I'm not sure if they take him through underground, but we never see him arriving. We haven't seen Cassie arriving, so she possibly could be going in the same way. Diddy's attorneys, Cassie's attorney, family members have all been showing up literally right here in front. We set up with our cameras. We get the shots of them going in and leaving for the day, and that's really when we get our sound and we get to speak to whoever decides to talk with us. I should also note, though, that Diddy's daughters were not here yesterday, and if you remember, if you recall, they walked out during some of the most graphic testimony the other day, so it's unclear if they will come back or if they're sort of in a state of shock right now. But I do know Diddy's publicist said they have graduation coming up and other things on their schedule to do.
All right, and court opens there in just about 5 minutes. All right, thank you, Briella Tomasetti from our sister station in New York. Appreciate it.
Briella. Have a great weekend. We appreciate it. Here is a reminder of why you shouldn't bury your... Oh, we're going to... I thought that was the tease. It's not. We're going to come back after the break.
Yeah.
So here's a reminder of why you shouldn't bury your face in your phone while you walk.
Like this guy named Michael. So he was dog sitting for his brother and was taking the dog out on a walk, but he's not a dog owner himself. So he didn't know how to secure the harness. Look,
this has happened to me before.
And so he's walking the harness, right?
Oh my God.
He just walks off. The dog's like, hey, whoa, where are you going? Oh my gosh. And then so he just stays there and waits for him to realize that he's not attached.
The dog.
Very patient. Very calm. When are you going to come back, buddy?
Yeah.
I'll be right here waiting for you.
Would Sophie and Bandit stay put like that?
I think Sophie actually, no, she would come after me.
Me too.
Yeah.
Bandit would just follow me. He'd just keep going. Yeah.
The dog's like, this is not my dad. Right?
That dog was like, what?
Yeah. I don't know you like that.
All right, 6:28 is time. Coming up, bagel lovers, brace yourselves. The Yeasty Boys are releasing a special collab menu that's anything but ordinary.
Exciting. We're going to tell you more about the limited time menu. Items available this weekend only.
And don't forget about today's hookup. Today, Good Daily wants to hook you up with 4 club-level tickets to see the Los Angeles Angels take on the Miami Marlins on Friday, May 23rd at Angel Stadium. Enter for a chance to win.
I know this because
Yes, it is. Good morning, everybody. It is Friday. We are finally here. 6:30. I'm Jen Lammers.
Yeah, May the 16th. Happy Friday to you. I'm Bobby Castro. And here's a look at some of the stories we'll be covering this morning. Gigi.
Starting tomorrow, Metro plans to shut down 3 of its D-line stations for construction. We'll have the story coming up.
And as part of a new program, LA County is moving forward with paying unpaid medical debt for tens of thousands of residents. We're live in South LA with Who Qualifies just ahead.
And Wendy's Donuts just opened a brand new location. It's not in California. We'll tell you where the iconic giant donut is popping up. Let's go to Samana with a look at the photo.
Donut's so bad right now.
We can get you one.
Oh, yeah, we could order some. I like that idea. It's Friday. Yeah, good idea, Jen. Bob, good morning to both of you and to all our viewers. Marie has a day off today. I'm in, and we've got temperatures, 54 degrees in Pasadena, 58 degrees in Santa Ana, and we are seeing some of the marine layer clouds sticking around. By this afternoon, we'll call it partly cloudy. Some high-level clouds will be streaming through the region, not producing any rain today, but we are going to be looking at a stronger onshore flow for your Saturday and Sunday. Keep in mind, temperatures are going to be lower. It will be cooler, cloudier, and even a chance of some patchy drizzle and some light rain Saturday and Sunday. So put that on the radar. For right now, we're looking at some really beautiful and nice conditions across Ontario to San Bernardino. Those are the warmer spots. And if you're heading over to the Coachella Valley, temperatures will be 80s and 90s, and the winds are going to really kick up across Victorville as well. But this weekend, cooler and cloudy. What you think, Stu? With a look at traffic.
Hey, good morning, Samana. You know, I'm not sure. Did you ask me what I think of the weather? I think the weather is going to be fantastic this weekend. A little bit of rain, we need it, and it changes things up a little bit. You know what changed up is some of this drive out here. Yeah, it did. This is going to be the 57. Now, this is the 57 eastbound. This is going to be where it overlays onto the 60. If you drive this area, you're going to know what I'm talking about. If you're new to this area, you're going to be like, what? Well, you could call it the 60, but technically this is the 57 right there. Eastbound, it's going to be very slow and go. No crashes out here in the Diamond Bar area. Just high volume, people making that turn, and then you're straightening out, heading out towards Ontario and beyond. That drive just a little slow this morning, not Friday light at all. Westbound lanes, though, take a look at that. We were just fluid from this 57 split all the way out to the 605, wide open and freeway speed. Sending it back to Bob and Jen, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Stu. Starting tomorrow, LA Metro's D-Line service stops between Wilshire and Vermont and downtown LA.
Metro is connecting the existing tracks to its long-awaited West Side extension. Gigi Graciette is live in Koreatown now with the story. Good morning.
Good morning. The closure begins tomorrow, and it affects only 3 stations along Wilshire. Wilshire and Normandy is one of them. But riders will not be left without transportation because buses will be available. Take a look. The closure of Metro D-Line, sometime referred to as the Purple Line subway, will be for 70 days, again starting tomorrow, so the crews can connect the existing line to its planned extension, which will eventually take riders into West LA. The closure means there'll be no train service between 3 stations: Wilshire, Vermont, Wilshire, Normandy, and Wilshire Western. Subway service will still be available from Union Station in downtown LA and the Wilshire, Vermont station via the Metro B. That's the red line, which runs on the same tracks as the D line.